round will be secured at least by Peter. The music from afar, gets high, ends up losing his life, and sees Triple G just faints in falls on the
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is another day for Free Fire World Series 2024 for Southeast Asia. This day, we are going to introduce back Group C, and this is where the kings of the lobby are reigning. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Mustachio AJ. We will be your shadowcaster for today.
I am excited today. Is it gonna be the day of Buriram once again? Because it's like letting the monsters sleep and watch all of the juicy action from afar. And as you see all of these smaller predators enjoying this feast, okay, because this is harvest time, okay, this is the feast out there. And then you're just sitting down at the top of the mountain and you're wondering like, maybe I want to go and see exactly what that's like, right? I want to have a taste of that. Maybe today, maybe this week is where we see them finally keep their promise. Neptune, 5 booyahs and all. Yeah, thank you. I mean, been there, done that for them. We've seen that already. Maybe we get to see 6 booyahs in a row today.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm excited to be here, like in front, because for last week I was not there. Even the other day, like 2 days in a row, where they grab. I missed out on the action. Yeah. Now I'm here in the front seat. I will be able to see everything. Hopefully, they don't decide to say that I'm going to sit this out already. We have a huge lead already, so I'm going to miss out on all of those action.
Look, man. Okay, Buriram United Esports. They are the best trash talkers out there on the world of esports, okay? Free Fire Esports. Now, the question is, for me, are they going to be chicken? All right? Because they've already made their deal, bro. 6 booyahs. And the last I checked, they failed 2 times. Now, I obviously would never have such expectations for any other team out there within the league because it's impossible. Okay, it's like pulling an Usain Bolt out there. You think it's impossible, and then someone does it, right? So that is Buriram. And dude, if they could take 5, why not 6, right? Why not just go all the way? They are already one whole tournament up there, 173 points ahead, but 6 games behind Team Falcons. I don't know how else you establish yourself as a monster. But down at the bottom as well, teams like WAG, God of Wolf, Dewa United. Today is going to be a painful day for God of Wolf because yesterday was...
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they were just ending up in second in there because of survivability. 1 guy remaining, and then the chaos is happening, and then that's where they get the placement point. But in terms of elimination, they're not getting that much yesterday. But now we have predators who will be jumping into the jungle, and they might just be hiding out a little bit more, and hopefully they still can reach top 3 by the end of the match. But it's very, very difficult, especially as they've, like Buriram United has already introduced themselves as that kind of team. And I'm hoping that they haven't forgotten that 6 matches for today, okay?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the recap from day 1 of week 5 and see exactly how yesterday went. With the AWM Mini Uzi switched out, you gotta turn around, son. Stop meeting halfway.
And there you have it. GGWP at this point. Stalwart Esports with 4-man strong taking that booyah.
Here goes an A124 bomb as well. Peter goes down. Indostar clean.
I would say the MVP for that. The final battle has been taken. Indostars. Here comes the chase. Aim gone with that turnaround 180. Who's trying to survive, and there's no surviving. There goes a takedown. Evo's Divine goes in for the booyah. And let's see if they can avoid and survive this. May Esports 4-man strong, trying to put in a lot of chaos in this battle.
Esports makes Vietnam proud, picks up a solid booyah for themselves.
And here is the tournament timeline. So far, we are on the first week of May, and we are in the second day. That is May 4th. And this is the first day for Group C to be playing. And as you can see on the calendar right now, this is a penultimate week. And that's a word that I just learned. Penultimate week for the knockout stage.
Absolutely. And of course, we do have 2 more days for the week's play in here. We've got Saturday and Sunday. 12 points if you hit the booyah. You minus off a couple of points here for that second place. You only take away 9. Down in the 11th and 12th spot, you take nothing for placements. But of course, each and every single elimination gets you that 1 point. And the current meta sustains a lot of early gunfights.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we love how the early gunfights is happening. Hopefully, the flight path can gear towards the early gunfights so that elimination can be built up despite of them ending in the 11th and 12th. But it's easier said than done. It's very difficult to survive those battles, especially if you're dropping against some of the teams who's already sitting pretty on the top 3 or top 5 of our group standings. But again, there's a lot of things that might happen. Yesterday, Indonesia has brought in a lot of booyahs to their region, though it's not mostly coming from one team, but I guess the region is celebrating yesterday. Hopefully they can do it once again.
Absolutely, man. Of course, if we do end up on a tiebreaker situation, we'll take a look at the number of booyahs first. If you're still tied on that, the total number of eliminations will kick into place. And if we still fail to see exactly who is the winner, we will resort to our final option, which is looking at the survival ranks. And there's no failing that. I mean, we definitely will know if or not you made it through from that one final count. And you know, Neptune, yesterday we saw a lot of hot action. We saw Indonesia rise to the occasion. Today, on the other hand, though, is going to be a little bit of a different story, right? Yes, we do have RRQ Kazu, but we are now going to replace 2 other squads, Indostars as well as EVOS Divine, with Onyx Olympus as well as Dewa United Apollo. And these 2 Indonesian teams just do not fare well whenever Buriram United Esports is in the mix. Overall, they have been struggling for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these 2 teams, they haven't grabbed any booyahs to themselves, and they have been pushed down into the leaderboard. And that is because of the group that they're part of. As we look down there at the bottom, we keep mentioning about Buriram United, but we also have Attack All Around in there, as well as Todak. So these are, I would say, these are the factors why those 2 Indonesian teams, Dewa United and Onyx Olympus, is not making that much leeway in terms of points. And then once you go go back to Group B, we still have RRQ Kazu right there, who really did well yesterday, but hopefully they can do it once again. Again, there's a lot of threats that I can say that can stop them from getting that booyah.
Group B versus C, we've got Heavy P Esports, RRQ, Homebois, Stalwart, as well as Reverse Red yesterday. All of these teams did pretty well, and of course, we did see quite a number of early skirmishes between RRQ as well as Heavy. They kept taking that hot drop from the Indonesians, but of course, they used that as a great launching platform to get into the top 12 as well.
Yeah, let's see, and if some of the teams right here can push themselves up, because so far from Group B and C, I mean, Homebois did a little bit better compared to the other weeks, but again, there's a lot of factors that might affect their performance this time around. Now, for team stats, we're going to feature Walking Amongst Gods, aka WAG, and eliminations or average eliminations of 4.7, that is currently 12, and as well as a damage of 3,207 and assist of 4.1. It's not that high though, AJ, but I guess, I mean, this is something that they need to focus on, increase these numbers, and then probably they can cross over to that top 12.
Yeah, WAG is just one of those weird teams, man. I mean, they are the ones walking among gods, and sometimes they're the passerby. Sometimes they are the warrior among gods, and they are out there grabbing booyahs for themselves. I mean, this is just one of two teams down here at the bottom 6 that has got booyahs, and they literally have 6 booyahs to their name, but still haven't managed to find their break into the top 12. But the blessing here is just 5 points away from heavy now. Of course, I do have a lot of hopes for them, but we are comparing them and of course their stats and numbers up against Onyx Olympus, a Indonesian team that seems to be struggling a tad bit as well, but they have a little bit of a better stat. Although not as many booyahs, they are currently in the top 12 and pretty clear away from WAG.
I guess it's a good comparison though, because Onyx Olympus, they only have 1 booyahs to their name, and then earlier we saw Walking Amongst God. So it's not just dependent on the booyahs anymore. Like eliminations as well as their consistency in grabbing all those placement points to move yourself up is what you really need. So I guess that's what Onyx Olympus is doing right now, and slowly moving up, and hopefully they will not fall down and continue their way to probably top 10 or top 9 by the end of the day.
Absolutely, man. And of course, head-to-head between Cyrus as well as Gardu. 1.8 to 1.5 on the eliminations. Gardu takes the cake, and overall we do see Onyx Olympus with the 246 eliminations, just slightly better than WAG in the overall grand scheme of things, who are 227 eliminations in the competition thus far. Just about 20. You're not going to see a huge difference, but of course the headshots makes a difference. Wolfra being brought in as a passive skill will make the difference there, which of course will kind of lean a couple of these CQC gameplays between these two teams on the side of the Indonesians.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you get all those heads, once you get all those eliminations, it increases the chances of you getting more and more. But as you can see, there's not so much of a difference right here in terms of stats. And you did point out the numbers earlier. It's much easy for WAG right now to take the spot of probably Heavy or Onyx Olympus if they can increase these numbers just a tad bit, and then they might be the ones sitting there in the top 12.
Yeah, realistically speaking, they only need a total of 13 points to catch up to Onyx. So they just have to do 13 points better than Onyx Olympus overall, right? But of course, taking a look at the active and passive skills still not going to change production. There's no way it's going to change because these guys are still popular. Tatsuya is still going to be abused out there. Homer, he seems to be increasing in popularity, and A124 has been a homestay since day one.
Yeah, always being used to stun the enemy as well. And this is where it really matters, especially on the battlefield. But we still have the Andrew Awaken right here. I mean, a little bit toughness, why not? And Nairi as well for the glue wall. So Susie will be in here as well, number 3, because of what the character can do in the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Extra coins for you. You tag up your opponents. Extra coins for your team members. Extra coins from the coin machine. Susie is the all-giving mother. Yeah, okay. Or maybe she's just really rich, right? She just likes throwing coins at you. R1, one of our top 3 used pets here, and obviously he's going to take the cake. Everybody loves R1. The capability to scout out how many people are within a certain compound to decide if or not you want to rotate into it, rotate away from it, is very, very important. The gameplay of information.
Yeah, information gameplay. I mean, that's half of the battle in terms of Battle Royale. Once you know where the enemies are, you know whether you want to push, whether you want to go and get away from them or flank them. So that is why the pets really matter in this battle. It's information gameplay plus the tactics and mechanical skills that you have. Also is your knowledge of the game and the map. And these are the maps that we're going to play in. Nothing changed so far. Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, and Nextera. It's just that game number 6 that can be a curveball for some of the teams. And yesterday we saw Alpine, if I'm mistaken, the other day as well. That is twice in 2 weeks, or twice in a day, though there's a huge gap of days that Alpine has shown up.
Absolutely, man. And of course, I just couldn't help but chuckle when I saw the list of maps, because I'm just thinking, like, what's Buriram going to do today, man? Are we going to see 6 logos of Buriram by the time we can reach the end of the day? We'll have to wait and see. Reverse Red, Expand, as well as Stalwart, they are the dominators of this particular map as we head on in here to play Bermuda. But of course, one of these 3 teams are not going to be in play. That's going to be Expand, who was in Group A. We will replace them with Buriram United. So 3 Thai teams.
3 Thai teams will be in there topping Bermuda. And guess who follows them in the top 3? WAG. So I guess this is a chance for them to really start off and like getting all those points. Then later on, if in case they're not proficient in the map, they can slow it down a little bit, grab probably a few more better placement point eliminations one by one. There's really no rush in getting all those eliminations as long as you do it tactically and without being avoided, especially as predators might be hunting you.
Yeah, I mean, WAG knows how to do it, right?
Yeah.
WAG's just been that one Vietnamese team that has given us 6 beautiful opportunities to watch the interview with Yun So, right? So they have been the kings, man. They have been the most successful Vietnamese squad to grab a booyah for themselves, to grab the spotlight for themselves. But the only inconsistency here is them. It's so insane. One point you are out there, you are slaying, you're grabbing the booyahs, and by the way, 3 booyahs from the 6 all came from Bermuda. So there's a high probability if you're going to see them in performance in here today as well. And they're just that one shocking team that when you expect nobody else to do it, they just arise like the knight in shining armor.
I mean, there's that's a good highlight. That's a good highlight for WAG. Hopefully it increases more because we want to see not only Yunsul but also the teams themselves really popping off, because so far when we look
arguable. No, I'm kidding.
When we look at the overall, the bottom half is filled with Vietnam teams, and you want them to move up a little bit. PE Sports has already crossed over. Heavy has already crossed over as well. WAG, why not them move up? It's quite far though from the next teams who are resting right now, so it might be difficult for them to really to really take 2 steps up. But slowly but surely, especially if they've done their homework, and hopefully they did, because from the looks of it, it's more of how they react within the game itself, and the planning itself just happen when the battle is happening. So they're just avoiding gunfights, trying to walk against the gods, and then that's where they take the booyahs.
Absolutely, man. And you know, it's not like I cheat in games, but I would be so nervous if I had a referee stand behind me, just watch me like. they look so serious, bro.
Well, they should be. I mean, we know for a fact that like players at some point they get a little bit fun.
I guess you could say that, man. I guess you could say that. Of course, we are going to be kicking off the day with Bermuda. As always, my only question is, do we see 6 back-to-back booyahs, or do we have some underdogs rising to the occasion here? We are looking at Deva United Apollo. We're looking at WAG. We're looking at Onyx Olympus. And we're definitely going to keep our eyes on Heavy.
Yeah, let's see how heavy or light they can be this time around. The flight is on, and a lot of teams already dropping in. It's cutting through from the east to the west, and those who are targeting Mars Electric might have a little bit of trouble. And as you can see right now, 2 teams already heading into the same place. I think it's Homebois and WAG, but I guess Homebois thought that they don't want to start out the battle that easily. They drop off a little bit north on Rimnam Village, and above them, observatory would be some of the players of Homebois, as well as, or was it Heavy? Just Heavy right there.
Yeah, okay, wait. So Homebois just scanned observatory and found that there are 4 players in that spot, right? My question is, are they going to be rotating all the way into observatory? It seems like that's going to be their line of rotation, but they have to come across team WAG first, because obviously they're looking for a very quick rotation. That R1 scan was so early in the game, right? This may just mean that Homebois get caught with their pants down as they try to rotate in towards Heavy's compound. Alternatively, spotting 4 players there could give them the information that, okay, maybe we don't go there. Maybe we go the opposite way. We will see what the problem of decision making has been for this team today, because I've not had early info on Homebois prior to this.
Yeah, I mean it's quite smarter if they scan a little bit closer, probably going south into the map, and then at least it's an opening because the flight path is
Yeah.
like from left to right. That's
Yeah.
the best point of action. There's less teams that might be in there, and
Yeah.
then you might be able to gather more loots if that is the plan. But if Homeboys really is planning like close or release that information gameplay close to where the flight is coming from, probably it's more of an aggressive gameplay that they will be trying this time around.
That's why I'm so curious to see exactly what this game plan is going to be, man. They're already rotating now from Ribnam Village. Okay, they're moving on out, but Heavy has moved on in towards Graveyard. Todak seems to be taking them on. Zen and Traps will be able to get the first 2 eliminations on their side, and Todak 2 eliminations up. RRQ shows up as well. Todak tried to go in for the elimination, but Jonah, can he sneak that away? He does manage to sneak that away. Traded back out by Team Todak once again. So the Malaysians are taking the cake here, but RRQ might be looking for revenge shortly.
This looks like the Todak that we love to see when they're playing in the MSV region, but let's see if they'll be able to pull this off into next engagement. We are seeing RRQ coming back from the flight, and they're just spreading out after this engagement. So they're easily the leaders of elimination because of they have taken out 4 of the enemies, but as you can see, RRQ Kazu is just waiting for them to drop in, and those dropping in as well as some players from Heavy.
Oh, Gabi tagged up already, and no scope for Mr. Legaloth as he dropped right back in. And what a corner for Razor. Gabi out. Heavy takes the 12th spot in Bermuda.
Yeah, and it's a very difficult decision to make right now, but there's plenty of time for them to study the opponents for the side of Heavy. Now we have Todak going against WAG, and this is a team that we are cheering on earlier. Let's see if Traps can be able to trap them. Wings goes down, and there is a few more above. Carillion is trying to hide out, but was found by 7.
Yeah, there's just always that one annoying team that does not get mentioned by me and all of a sudden is performing. And today the team seems to be Todak. 5 eliminations already. Like, where did all of this heat come from, right? This Malaysian team has been struggling for quite a bit, currently sitting down in the 17th spot, 155 points away from the 12th position. Obviously, it's gonna be a little impossible to make that breach of points happen unless they continue this sort of a play all the way into the final circle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not just against these teams that they met in the drop, but also later on when everyone is ready to fight them. So as you can see, the aggressiveness is still on. There comes Zen, and Zen with a shotgun against Cyrus. WAG will not be walking; they will be crawling right now with the guns.
Oh, this is just something that I absolutely love, man. Todak's like, you are not going to mention our names. We'll give you a reason to talk about us. WAG, we talked about Heavy. Heavy's out. WAG's here as well. We talked about RRQ. Todak's looking to wipe everybody out before they get into that final circle. I'm loving it as Krillin goes down as well. Todak's on fire. Traps tagged up from the top. Legaloth once again trying to be annoying. Zen will be tagged up, and he will get that elimination for himself as well. Shot from the left-hand side, and Seven's not able to save his buddy, and Legaloth has already crippled one part of Team Todak.
Yeah, and Legaloth is just bringing payback to Todak. He is the one who first went down for the side of RRQ when they were spotted. But as you can see, Wings will not be flying, and Legaloth still continue the carnage. 2 eliminations already, and still finding where the rest of Todak are. And hopefully this is not the end for Todak, though they had resources already to revive some of the teammates, and revive they might have been, but not in this area.
Yeah, and you're spot on, man. It was Legaloth that initially lost his life, and Todak's the one that took pot shots at him, right? And we saw the whole situation, and we were like, maybe RRQ wants to take advantage. RRQ's like, you think so, Masakio? They swooped on in. They went in for the Punisher, but of course could not take Todak out of the equation. Great job in terms of backing away to play the defensive. So those revivals are going to be key here for the Malaysian squad, who have a decent amount of eliminations on their side already.
Exactly. I mean, there's a decent amount of eliminations, a lot of loots that has been taken, more of the coins that they have that they need for to revive their teammates. But we are seeing Reverse Red, a little bit silent this time around. I guess they need to be silent because yesterday they were found so many times and has been brought down. But as you can see, another team from Malaysia, it is Homebois who heard a gunshot but have seen Doots. Let's see if they will be able to spot where Doots will be moving and probably try to tag them.
Yeah, they should be able to see exactly where he went. But the question is, our Homeboy is going to continue to keep quiet because I guess we see the strategy from their early R1 scan. It's just to make sure they don't rotate into enemies too early. Now, I really like that for Homeboys. They have been struggling in their gunfights. They just want to get into, I guess, some of these safer circles, maybe 4 or the 5th circle at the very least for themselves before they get into a skirmish to guarantee some placement points at the very least, right? The question is, how much of loot and how strong can they be once they reach that final circle for a fight?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, probably they're just going back to the basics, going back to the basic of like survivability first, and then that's where they focus on elimination little by little. Once they get the hang of it, then they will be able to do a little bit of chaos in the battlefield. But there's a huge travel that they need to do, a huge number of points that they need to take for them to get over and take that 12th spot.
And I really love that sort of a strat, right? And this is something that Buriram United Esports is so good at. I mean, we start the game and throughout all of the circles, maybe even until circle number 5, you don't hear about Buriram. Some of those games, you only start talking about Buriram in that very final circle where they show up. They've got 0 eliminations and then they just rack up massive lobbies from all of those gameplays, right? But it is all about the setup at the very start to enable you for such aggressive gameplays. We've also seen teams, pick up some good, decent points early game, but not enough loot, and then they expire just too fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's depending on the planning as well. If you put yourself in a plan that you can only have or you need this kind of elimination, and then with your strategy and rotation, you can already secure some placement point, then you can count how many of the enemies are in there. If they are planning to revive, then you can increase your chances of getting more elimination, and then you will be able to hit the target. And I guess that's a good plan, not showing any of your potential from the start, and then just waiting for everyone unsuspecting, and then that's when you shoot them down.
Attack all around mid-tier in the top 12, currently sitting in 7th, 93 points behind Indostars. And the blessing here is the Indonesian squad will not be playing today. Ewas Divine is not playing today as well. So Attack all around has 6 opportunities to catch right back up. Ma'al's shots from afar will clip some wings, but Traps very quickly apply some elephant glue, I guess, to stick those feathers back. It's a good patch-up, man.
Good patch-up. I'm not quite sure if it can fly that long.
We'll see.
But speaking of flying, we have Nage flying through, coming from Stalwart Esports. A little bit too risky in the gameplay. They are outside, now trying to take down Onyx Olympus, who's already stepping into the zone. But Saifa, a little bit too close. MN87, and let's see, no shots or no hits happening just yet. But the flank, a 2-man drop, and there goes the hit against Jack.
Yeah, Jack, unfortunately, a tad bit too slow with the glue wall drop right in front of him. Dew is going to be traded by Gardu, though. No elimination just yet. Stop loses his life as well as Gary shows up. But the game of numbers now playing against Team Stalwart as well. We have Onyx Olympus. Gardu stepping up from absolutely nowhere, and the Trogon will give them the advantage. Now the pickup onto Gary. Stalwart does not have an opportunity to fix the situation. Cypher's just not close enough to the rest of his players, but Caramel, that's 1 recovery in a 1v2. Kiba can try to finish things here if he goes for Cypher first.
A little bit of damage being received by Saifa, and this might be crucial. They are receiving damage overall from Kiba as well as from the blue. But Caramel is recovering, and this might be a tough spot for Kiba right now. Looting up, gathering all those coins. A revival might be happening, and a little bit of throw balls being received by Kiba. Only a few HP. Will he survive? He gets in and runs away, but no, Caramel hits him.
It was a great fight back from Onyx Olympus. They're not the strongest squad out there. That was a very tough engagement for them, but they did well to stay alive as long as they did. Stalwart, usually a little bit more dangerous in situations like that. That just shows the fight in Onyx Olympus, but Homeboys fighting for their life. And 7, unfortunately, unable to eliminate the final survivor, Fires, who is pretty rich. And in a game like this, getting to the vending machine is not going to be too big of a problem for him.
No problem indeed. Now let's see how the other teams that we haven't seen just yet. Daewoo United has been waiting from that bridge for the Battle of Stalwart Esports to end, and they weren't able to take advantage of any of it. Now they are left behind, though they are still inside the next phase of safe zone, but they've lost their target, and I guess they just need to make a decision. Will they move up already onto the middle of the next phase, or can they wait?
This is such a dangerous spot, man. It's a 50-50, right? It all depends on where the circle moves to. If the circle moves towards Dewa, it might just be the worst thing, right? But as I say, the worst thing has happened for at least one Malaysian team out there. Homebois eliminated. But Stalwart, on the other hand, have a full squad revival. All of them looking to gear up for that final battle early.
Yep, and we are now on the third phase. PE Sports being hunted, being gunned down and thrown at by Buriram United. And this is what we're talking about. 0 eliminations at this phase of the circle, and this is where they start raking in. And as you can see, they're not giving any way out to PE Sports. They've gathered all of those resources. Now they're using everything onto PE Sports.
Yeah, but Funa has used up all of his grenades already and manages to tag up one towards the very end. Nero taken out of the equation. Get high, pummeling all of them with those grenades from afar. And Buriram United is cleaning house. PE Sports barely stood a chance, but attack all around shows up in the nick of time to take advantage of the situation as well. Kororo takes advantage by flanking around from the left-hand side. Moshi spots him out, holds him back with a couple of sniper shots, and Jumgod chucking those nades at them. Buriram now at a very risky situation.
It's very difficult right now for the flank to happen for Buriram. It's a good thing one was able to go in, and Wasana will be the guy. And there goes the shot. Keroro drops on him, and there goes the takedown. Only a few remaining for Buriram United. Moshi is just trying to regroup, and will this effort give them a little bit more payback against attack all around? They are really attacking them from all around.
Oh, attack all around. They have to take advantage now, man, because Buriram, they pumped out all of their grenades up against PE Sports, and attack all around showing up in ability to it's going to be an advantage for them.
Yep. Moshi has been brought down. Jump God really is the top god jumping and shooting, and this is something that we didn't expect. Buriram United being eliminated at 7, and who's left? 6 teams, and all attack all around is now our leader.
Yeah, great play coming through from Buriram overall, but attack all around, just the ones who were in the better place at the better time. And of course, you have to take each and every single advantage that you have over your opponents. Attack all around, they struck, and they struck a pot of gold. But now, the next phase of play is being set up as WAG fights for their top 12 spot. RRQ fights to maintain at least a little bit of an advantage over these teams. They don't want to waste their final 6 chances from the day.
Well, let's see if they will be able to do it. Attack all around right now. Well, I guess that would be the threat against WAG, just above them, but in a few we are going to see them get close to WAG. And as you can see, none of the teams are in the next phase of the circle. This is a good thing for WAG because they have a compound to hide around, and they might be able to go in for a backstab against any who's rushing in.
Yeah, they should be pretty decently prepped for the final battle, but they don't really want to rush in. Yes, they were able to loot up Buriram, but that's only mainly with those medkits. But they're hopping straight in, bro. It's just going to be an all-out gunfight. Double Trogon push. It's going to be Jump God pushing on from the right-hand side alongside Kororo. It will be Kororo pushing on. In terms of Dewa United, they back away. They chuck all of those glue wall melters first as they try to take down the defenses of attack all around. And the ice grenades just making sure they don't get too aggressive.
Yeah, aggressiveness is something that they need to stop right now, because attack all around after taking down Buriram United really is on fire at this point. Dam 13 will be gunned down. Kororo is still on the run, though Jump God has been knocked down. The same goes for 2 more. Limit. Let's see if he is limitless at this point.
Oh, this is a huge advantage now for Dewa. 2 more players left. Limit down on the ground. Mr. 05 showing up. And it looks like Indonesia's going to be having a party. But Vietnam trying to spoil that party early in the house. They've got the woodpecker set up from Dolphin up above. Mr. 05 still does manage to get the grenade on the pop. Virus down on the ground. Sam 13, the final player for Dewa United. And Cyrus trying to put an end to him real quickly as Vietnam starts the day. We talked about this. 6 booyah in hand. 3 of them from Bermuda, and they are now pushing it to 7 for Bermuda booyahs. Vietnam just loves playing here.
And they do, and as you can see, we asked for it. The WAG, Walking Amongst God, will be walking against that booyah, and this is something that we are excited to see.
Oh, dude, I mean, we talked about this now, didn't we? We talked about how WAG is just so weird, bro. So weird in a way whereby you don't expect anyone to perform when Buriram is out there. But always the right things happen for them. The last time WAG was asked a question, one of the answers they gave us was because they pray hard, all right? So they pray hard, and I guess God helps them. But, I think they're just being a little bit too humble. It's the work ethics from all of these boys. It's the fire that they've got within themselves to blaze their opponents down. I mean, you play some good games of Free Fire yourself, Neptune. It's not easy to do what these kids do.
Definitely, I mean, all those jumping, all those turning, it's not easy. I mean, hopefully I can be them, but I already told you the reason. When you're at level 40, you don't have that much of a reflexes compared to these kids. So I have my excuse.
Yeah, you definitely have a good excuse, man. But these kids, they're living their best lives out here. I mean, good on WAG. This is exactly what they needed. They needed a heavy booyah. No pun intended, because Heavy couldn't really take the heavy attack from the very start. They, got down very early on. And of course, that leads to them losing their top 12 spot.
And WAG really got me worried earlier when Attack All Around was just above them, though they have a compound to hide out. But I guess they really have it in plan. They were silent at that point, not really showing their presence while the other teams are just in there. It just so happens that it was Dewa United who was out in the open when Blue was closing in, and that's where the focus of Attack All Around happened, and that is where Attack All Around also lost the battle. And if that instance is not a cue for WAG to go in for the rush, I don't know what the plan is, but it's a good thing they did.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, let's take a look at Homebois as well. And this were one of the final few moments for Faiz, as, Todak could have probably made sure of that, but the guy still managed that pump out of the M1014.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite, again, another difficult thing to do, especially on a tournament just like this.
Oh, yeah.
And this is where Attack All Around just beat Buriram United to their knees, and that is where they eliminated the entire team of the Gods.
And of course, it's the food chain out here. Attack All Around understands exactly where WAG was coming from, because Attack All Around did the exact same thing to Buriram as well, right? They saw Buriram in hot action. They were in a prime position. They just swooped on in, took advantage. They were not the third party, but they just waited for the smaller predator to predate first. Fill their bellies up, because they get a little bit more crispier on the barbecue, right? And then they went in there for those elimination points, and WAG did the exact same thing against them when they were predating upon Dewa United, who I can say handled the attack from Attack All Around pretty decently well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, surviving with 2 players against Attack All Around, and the aggressiveness coming from Triple A right now is really, really good. So we're going to hear once again coming from the Vietnamese team, Walking Amongst God, and let's see what they had to say right now.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Vietnamese Booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is WAG the Ghost. Can you say hello to the audience, please? Thì không biết là Mai có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn trên sóng Huyền Thoại Sinh Tồn.
Hello everyone who is watching us on Free Fire Esports, all of the channel. Congratulations on your first Booyah. I bet this is a very special thing for you at this moment, right? Then just on normal questions again. How would you rate your performance of your team right now? Thì lời đầu tiên là mình xin chúc mừng The Ghost cũng như là FFWS. Chúng ta đã giành lấy được chiến thắng cũng như là cú Booyah rất là quan trọng ở trong trận đấu cũng như là trận đấu đầu tiên. Thì một câu hỏi rất là đơn giản để mở đầu buổi phỏng vấn thì hôm nay không biết là The Ghost đánh giá như thế nào về cái màn phong độ của đội mình ngay trong trận đấu đầu tiên ạ?
Thì em cảm thấy phong độ của đội em thì chưa được ổn định lắm. Tại vì lúc nào sau qua một khoảng thời gian nghỉ dài thì tuần đầu tiên lúc nào bọn em cũng gặp khó. Đến tuần thứ hai thì bọn em bắt đầu sẽ khắc phục những lỗi sai của mình nhiều hơn.
At the first week, we felt like it's really hard for us to find the balance of the team, even right now, but we would try our best to figure everything out and then we would solve it. Currently, they did it really good, I think, in my opinion. Then, you know that who can stop you right now, right? What will you rate your rivalry at this moment? Thì hiện tại là không biết là có thể ai đang cản bước được The Ghost cũng như là đội của mình không ta? Bạn đánh giá như thế nào về những cái đội mà bạn đã gặp rất là nhiều ở trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi nhỉ? Đặc biệt là những đội Thái Lan.
Em cảm thấy thì đã trải qua một thời gian dài thi đấu với giải C thì bọn em cảm giác bình thường khi đối đầu với tất cả các đối thủ.
A very confident answer. Even if it's Thailand or Indonesia or Malaysia, he feels really normal when he has to embrace all of the other team, especially when it comes to the moment. It has been a really long time since this tournament has been happened, so he feels really normal into it. So, just like every normal day, you guys having any difficulties to talk with each other at this moment? Thì không biết là chúng ta cũng đã thi đấu vòng bảng cũng rất là lâu tới tận thời điểm bây giờ rồi. Thì các bạn có gặp những cái trường hợp nào khó khăn khi mình phải giao tiếp trong những cái lúc giao tranh gọi là nó hơi ngặt nghẽo một chút không?
Nói chung thì bọn em cũng đã thi đấu dài hơi với nhau thì cái độ hiểu nhau của bọn em cũng đã có. Chỉ khi có thành viên mới là Alan thì bọn em hơi mắc một xíu về vấn đề về giao tiếp, mà em nghĩ thời gian sẽ dần dần khắc phục được và giúp team em ngày trở nên hoàn thiện hơn.
We have been competitive with each other a very long time, so we understand us very good. But for our new members, Alan, it took us some time to figure it out the way that we communicate to understand better. But now I think we will figure it out and then we will do it better next time. Then thank you The Ghost a lot and I hope that you can achieve more and more booyah in this tournament today. Do you have anything you want to say to the audience? Thì mình cũng cảm ơn The Ghost rất là nhiều vì buổi phỏng vấn này. Và cũng chúc The Ghost cũng như là FFWS các bạn sẽ lấy được booyah nhiều hơn trong ngày hôm nay nữa. Thì không biết là bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả không ạ?
Các bạn, đây chỉ mới là trận thi đấu thứ nhất thôi. Còn 5 trận đấu nữa, các bạn hãy cổ vũ cho 3 đội tuyển Việt Nam trong ngày hôm nay nha.
This is only the first battle. We will have 5 more. So prepare and then let's cheer for FFWS and also for 2 other Vietnamese teams. Thank you for watching our interview.
And that's exactly what the strength of WAG is, right? They're always trying to make those improvements week after week. They're always self-assessing. You know, they're not saying that, you know, the other team just got a lucky break out there. They're always blaming themselves. I mean, it sounds a little depressing, but it works.
It does work. I mean, the only opponent that they have are themselves. Right?
Yes,
though they
correct.
have a lot of teams that they need to battle with,
But the most
only thing that they
important one.
Yes, exactly. The most important one would be to beat themselves. Not beat themselves up with all the depression, but to beat themselves and make them a better version of themselves.
Now, I'm just worried that Garina's going to get sick of our dad jokes one day, man. 5 eliminations from Krillin, 4 knockdowns, no headshots. Hence why he doesn't run the Wolfra.
Yeah. I mean, he is a bomber though, not bummer,
Yeah,
but a
exactly.
bomber.
I mean, if you can get headshots with the grenade, okay, let's talk. All right, let's talk. I'm going to start a team for you. Tatsuya, a triple Tatsuya A124 combination being pushed in here. Everybody's got the Awakened Andrew except for the Ghost, who prefers to play Suzy as well as Nairi, giving the extra layer of defense with those blue walls. J-Beeps provided by Dolphin. He wants to be a little bit tankier out there, but unfortunately things didn't really go his way this time around with the eliminations, but he did manage to sneak in all of those assists, man. He was just tagging up players all around.
Yep, definitely, and that also shows in the damage. Now we have two of the players from WAG, Kririn and Cyrus, with 5 elimination. And I guess this started off when Kririn was just hanging in there in the rooftop trying to wait out the Todak as well as RRQ battle. But unfortunately, from that point, that's where they got eliminated, or one at the time, and they need to back off. But it's a good thing they survived after that, because they were able to grab a few more elimination. And speaking of that, Zen as well. And we talked about this earlier, how Todak is much aggressive this time around. And hopefully it's not just Zen, but the entire team of Todak that might be able to move up because of elimination.
Yeah, from bottom feeder to top predator, I guess, maybe for Zen. Hopefully, we can see the consistency in terms of engagements from him. We want to see Todak in the final circle more often. I mean, it would be pretty cool to see that impossible run from a team, right? And if Todak, from having the most number of revivals alongside Homebois, can suddenly become the dream team, it will be quite the inspiring journey to witness out there within FFWS SEA. But of course, let's take a look at the key players here as well. Wings, still, unfortunately, the burden to the team this time around. 3 times the guy had to get revived.
And that's why he had wings. I mean, he can fly down through from the revive line. But
Flew too close to the sun, though.
Yeah, the sun would be RRQ Kazu at that point. Top 3 weapons. Shogun would take the lead, followed by Woodpecker and Bison. The top 3, I mean, the most weapons used. It's only a few instances wherein the M1887 has been introduced, and that's when some of the battles, some of the weapons failed in the early parts of the game.
Well, you better enjoy the Drogon now, man, because you know, Garena, they're not gonna let you enjoy it for too long. They'll bring another patch update soon, and of course you can say bye-bye to the Drogon, but you know, usually each and every single gun, it's given some time out there to be the superstar. The Drogon's just taking that limelight for itself selfishly quite often these days. 22 points in total for WAG. They get the booyah. 7th booyah in total for them thus far in the knockout stages. They sneak into the top 12 as well with this fantastic play.
Yeah, they will be followed by attack all around. Their aggressiveness in the final moment, wherein they were taken down by Daewoo United, only brought them to 7th on the placement. RRQ Kazu, the battle against Todak and the other teams that they run through gave them a total of 17 points. And as we can see right now, WAG really moved up not only 1 but 2 of the spot, currently in 11th place. And hopefully this continues, because I don't want to have a waste, or I don't want them to waste all the booyahs that they've taken, and probably more, because they can do it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Daewoo United Apollo doing well as well, but they're still quite far away from jumping into the top 12. They'll need 104 points more than the team that's currently in 12th in order to breach the top 12, but it doesn't seem like Onyx Olympus wants to put any bit of a break on their journey thus far. A little unfortunate with that engagement. I thought they handled the situation very well against Stalwart, but it's just that one final engagement mattered the most.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to recover that easily, and Walking Monk's guy, Foreman Strong, just rushed against them and even left out a 1 trying to find his final moment, but that it is what it is. 1v4, very difficult to go through. Let's see if that happens again. So we have a star already for Vietnam in Bermuda. Let's see if they can do it again in Purgatory and following maps.
So no 6 booyahs for Buriram. Speaking of Buriram, they are the monsters of Purgatory. They, alongside Falcon as well as EVOS Divine. The unfortunate problem is Falcon and EVOS Divine will not be playing in this match, so we'll replace them with the other 2 Thai teams. Stalwart Esports as well as Reverse Red do fantastic here, especially Stalwart with the 3 booyahs.
Yeah, 3 booyahs indeed, and it's just the usual suspect that we have overall. Every time we look at the map, if it's not Burim United, it will be Stalwart Esports or Reverse Red. I would like to see a few more teams right now move up on each map, but it's not like it's easier. It's easier said than done though, because we've seen that it's only some instances that the top teams really failed all those battles.
Absolutely, man. And of course, attack all around, a team that has 2 booyahs on Purgatory thus far may just be one of those predators as well. We saw them in the final circle. We saw them taking the 2nd spot overall within that Bermuda game. This could just be a day of consistency for attack all around. But of course, it is going to be a little bit influenced by the drop spots. Let's see where our dearest flight path takes us, whether it's going to be mean just like what Mr. Gentleman wants out here. But no, the flight path's gonna be like, I'm your mama. I care for you. I love you. Okay, we're gonna give you guys all a fair chance here.
You called it de-risk, so it gave you this a good, this nice flight path cutting through in the middle. So we're seeing Onyx Olympus already dropping in. Next to them would be Todak, so this is a good chance for Todak to start off a little bit of aggressive approach. If they survive that, then they might be meeting Bermuda United, who's just on Marble Works, and we know once they hear the gunfights, they might be able to shoot them down from afar.
Attack all around. Dewa United. This is rematch, baby. So I want to see exactly how that engagement goes down. Reverse Red, on the other hand, pretty comfortable. Spread all across the map. This is very cheeky from them. Taking good advantage of the little shop that they can sneak into their pocket. Dewa United, unfortunate, as they've already lost one player, Mr. 17. Good SMG to have early game with the rate of fire out of the P90. But the question is he going to be able to pick up a couple of more medkits for himself? 17's like, I only have one. Maybe we'll re-engage in a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, back's off in there in one of the compound. Mr. 05 is on the other side, providing backup. And probably if like one of the players will be able to recover, they can bait them out. And let's see, Mr. 17 will be able to go and take down Limit. And Carraro will also go down in here. Now, this is not looking good for attack all around. Looking like how it is from the earlier match.
Mr. 05 tries to get away, but the headshot will be the one that stops him dead in his tracks. Attack all around. They lost Limit, but there's no limiting their firepower at this point of time. They know they do have the advantage over Dewa United. And speaking of advantage, Homebois, that has no advantage over any teams out there currently, as they are 177 points away from the 12th spot, currently dead in that last place in the overall leaderboard. Needs to do something for themselves. But would you do something if you were Homebois now, Neptune?
Well, it's a tough question depending on their motivation. If they're really motivated, at least they can show a little bit of fight, study their opponent's tactics so that they will be ready. Probably not in this competition because it's a tough battle already. But at least this is a good chance for them to probably engage early on or early in the first phase of the circle. The top teams like Bermuda United or probably Stalwart Esports or Reverse Red, and that is where they can get the feel on how they can work on their tactics.
Mr. 17 just became feed once again as Jump God picks up yet another elimination point for attack all around. Catching up with Homebois, they had their eyes glued onto Heavy just moments ago. Stalwart has got a scout out in the heat of all of this engagement that might just break out in a little bit as well. That might just drag the Thai squad to drop by to say hello.
Yeah, let's see who says hello first. Portal Go being used. There goes the hit. And what a hit right now. That one falls down for Homebois Ali. And it is a 2v1 situation though. But that is into or paying with one life from their teammates. Butterfly right now trying to fly in, but they are covered with the glue walls, and still Faiz goes down. Dan is making good work on them from a distance. Gabi right now just finishing up the job, and there you go. That was a trap being laid by Heavy, and it's a good thing that Luffy got away.
Luffy, did he get away though? Shot up already. Manages to sneak away at the very final second. Homeboys thought they had a jump on Heavy, but Heavy turned that whole situation around. A phenomenal mechanical play, outdoing their opponent's Homeboys and forcing Luffy to turn tails at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a question. Oh, can you handle 4? Yeah, I can. The moment it went down, here comes Dan with the help. And it's a good plan. I mean, having one out in the open can pull them in and throwing them off guard. So, especially with the takedown that has been done against 2 of the players from Homebois. And it's just showing how difficult Homebois is having how difficulty Homebois is having right now, because it seems like they couldn't handle 1 or 2 players even coming from Heavy.
Yeah, but also Heavy's like, no, hell no, bro. Not 2 games in a row. No, you do not. We will not get eliminated early again. You get lost. And, great fight back from Heavy. They just refused to go down there. And, the backup from Vitan was, top notch, right? A-class backup from afar. He just saw everything breaking down. His partner kind of held things down on the ground. Solo versus duo very well first before he came through with those double eliminations. So good on them overall. But how will Onyx deal with one of the apex predators of the lobby, if not the apex predator, Buriram themselves? Gary, M1887 in his hands. Wasana's not going to stay to say hello to his ice grenade. Jack backs away. Trogon, he does have the advantage here, but neither one stepping out. Moshi shutting him down from afar. The M82B in action once again. And Moshi, classic, refusing to get involved in the thick of the action, just providing support from afar. And strikes Kiba down.
Kiba is down. Only Gardu remains, and with only a few HP recovering, let's see what he can do. Here comes the jump, but still the glue wall managed to save the player of Buriram United. Onyx Olympus will be flying into Olympus right now as they wait with the gods.
I mean, come on. Moshi's just too good, bro. Moshi is so good out there with the snipes, always running the double sniper on this setup. I mean, if he gets the AWM M82B deadly combo, right? At the moment, it's just the M82B in action, and he's still just ripping through all of the defenses of his opponents. And good on them. You usually don't see them popping off early, and the long-range hunter. 27 long shots thus far for Mr. Moshi.
Well, that is what you need right now, especially in a battle just like this. I mean, long-range engagement will help you. Information gameplay will help you as well. And let's see if that will be happening for the rest of these engagement that we're going to see right now. 10 teams remaining into the battle. They were united, now on the edge of the circle. Not spotting anyone just yet, but I guess this is about time for them to move in. VE Sports is trying to find some enemies, releasing all those information gameplay that they need, but I guess there's not so much that they can spot right now.
Question is, will Todak be lucky this time round? I mean, this team, bobbing their heads up and down in these waters. Problem is they're swallowing too much of that salt water every time they go under. It's just unfortunate for these guys, man. They are struggling in their gunfights, and every time they start showing us a little bit of hope early game, it comes to a very early end as well. Saming keeping an eye. Poon James from afar. Get high down. Big fight. And Buriram loses one player, but no elimination just yet, though. That's just a knock. Saming trying to finish the job, but can't find an angle just yet. Has the AWM in hand. Very powerful sniper. Diamond with the woodpecker. Reverse Red do have the advantage with a long-range engagement.
Yeah, definitely. And the moment they close the gap, this might be a chance that Buriram United will be taken. But it's a good thing that Buriram United, I mean, even when the first shot has hit them, they drop off 2 glue walls, giving them a chance just in case one of the players will be knocked down. And that's what happened right now. Smart move for Reverse Red as well, backing away just in perfect timing so that they will not be pulled in for a trap.
I mean, if you are a pro player, you always can tell how good your opponents are by the way they move out there on the battlefield. And, Neptune, you and I both agree it's pretty difficult to master the movements out here on Free Fire, especially at a level like this. And Reverse Red just saw how they avoided losing their team member, the pace of the glue wall, how quickly they retreated from the glue wall, and they just told themselves, nope, there is no way we're dealing with a team like that in such a 50-50 situation, right? I mean, we are good, but we know that we can be wiped out in a lobby like this. They show that respect, they back away. But crazy stuff out of Reverse Red. I want to see them again. Todak takes advantage, high ground advantage, gives them 1 at least for traps.
Yeah, 1 for traps indeed. And going back to your point, I mean, it seems like the movement themselves, the way they react, it's a signature. And probably they've seen so much of that coming from Buriram United, knowing that, we'll be backing off. This is not a team that we want to engage at this point of the circle. And then we're going to wait for them later on. If does they survive for the final circle.
Yeah, it takes a certain level of skill to identify just the skill of your opponents just through their movements, right? And to pull off the decision to disengage. Because, I mean, we all know Reverse Red, they're currently 3rd on the overall leaderboard. They've got 472 eliminations. They're the 3rd best team when it comes to gunfights. they're not going to run away from just anyone. So sweet stuff out here. P Esports getting blessed by the next safe zone. RRQ makes their way in. Attack all around on the opposite side of things, dealing with another Indonesian team in the name of Dewa. But here comes Stalwart as well to prey on both of these squads. And Dew striking from afar, quickly claiming the life of Mr. 05 as well, not allowing that pickup. In the meantime, Attack all around continues to throw all of those glue wall melters at them. Cypher will catch alongside Stop. Mr. 17 out of the open, but Dutch knocks him from afar. Claimed by Dutch as well. Stalwart's not able to sneak these away. Stop goes down. 7 taking advantage of Dewa United. This is just all-out chaos.
Oh, chaos indeed. What worries me right now is once the battle is over between Attack All Around as well as Dewa United, let's include a little bit of Stalwart Esports, how can they counter RRQ Castle, who's already waiting for them onto the other side? But that we have to go by it step by step, and this is a step that Attack All Around is doing right now. Go in against Stalwart Esports, finish off everyone on this side, and then we cross the bridge when we get there.
Yeah, Dewa United thought they got a little lucky here because RRQ might have just helped them out, but RRQ doesn't really, distinguish exactly who they're shooting at. They just won points from across the river, and, unfortunate for the team of Dewa, they just happen to be in their crosshairs. Stalwart, who ran into that engagement, is going to be on the losing end here as RRQ just picks up easy points as they still find the safe zone with themselves.
Bermuda United, so let's see if this will be easy points for them. They're going against Booyah Takers from the previous match, walking amongst gods, and they will be faced amongst the gods as well. But they're in a different compound as the chaos continues on one side of this area. A reverse red right now, trying to reverse everything against PE Sports. LBT trying to get away, but managed to recover a few of the health. And here comes Diamond for the rush, but unable to take the shot. But finally, LBT goes down.
LBT down, reverse red. 3 eliminations up already, and they were just priming themselves up for the final few battles. Wasana's gonna catch one tiny little boy in the corner, and WAG in a lot of trouble. Get high with the beautiful grenade lobbed on in over the glue wall to tag the player up. The rest of WAG not getting too cheeky just yet. They back away from all of the heat Buriram brings.
And this is what we love about pro teams right here. They know how to react when a different team will be running against them. But WAG is a different story. They head on straight to Sa Ming, and 2 of them went down. The Ghost right now trying to will be recovered, but a few more is going down. But the Portal Go gives them their escape and get away from not only Reverse Red, but Buriram United.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now Reverse Red is baited in to engage with Buriram. We missed this fight earlier on as Reverse Red decided to back away, but as the circle gets tight, as you need these defensive spots, you cannot make that decision. Funa down, that A1 to 4 on the pop takes away a tad bit of his life, but is picked right back up. Get high, knocks down Exposi. Diamond trades back out, get high, but that turns into an elimination. We can still see Exposi picked right back up. Those glue walls gonna help them out. Funa goes down. Reverse Red overwhelming Buriram.
Wasana is stuck in the glue wall, and let's see how it will work this time around. Todak as well as RRQ is continuing the battle on one side. Buriram United eliminated on the 8th spot. Second time that they weren't able to get the top 5 or top 3 of a map. Now RRQ Kazu on high ground against Todak, but here comes Heavy, who might be welcoming them in a bit.
Oh, Toda is not going to be in a lot of trouble now. Heavy just needs to cross that wall first, but it's not going to be too long because before they are forced by the blue double glue wall setup, perhaps jump on over. Here you come, Jonah, just joining all of the fray, and RRQ dealing with Toda. In the meantime, Toda has got nowhere to go. They were watching Team Heavy, but they are all getting smashed. A trade back by 7, but Dutch shows up. 7 goes down. Zen taken down as well as RRQ swings on in. Some wings to clip here alongside the trap that has been laid out, but traps with a backstab with the Bison. Gets one, gets the elimination as well. Wings really low on that HP. Toda now facing pressure from Heavy. They show up. Reverse Red as your elimination leaders, but the ones of Toda who tried surviving all this while now stuck in a really tight spot.
I saw it indeed. I mean, the moment that glue wall expires, he will be exposed, and who will be waiting for them? It's just Heavy. Now, as you can see, Keroro right now waiting for Reverse Red to be exposed, and one of them goes down. It's Diamond, and let's see if Boon James can get away from that snipe. As you can see, back to Heavy as they wait for another battle onto the next side of or the other side of this hill. We have RRQ surviving onto one of that ridge, but reverse red eliminated. We're down to 4.
Domino strap.
What?
In a 1v3, everybody is in here. It's a party. And Vihan does manage to drop traps. They break the glue wall as well to find that exit. But here comes attack all around. Heavy had too much of fun. They were all hopping on in there. They put themselves at a disadvantage now. Han's trying to survive, but Limit says no with the charge buster. Puts him down on the ground. Kabi surviving. The circle's going to force him on in. Kororo trades him out instantly. And RRQ, the next one on the menu for attack all around.
And there you have it. There goes the last player from RRQ. And we are going to see attack all around taking that booyah in this game. They have been patient. They have been waiting. Yeah. This time it paid off.
Absolutely. We talked about how they already have 2 booyahs to their name at Purgatory. They just brought in the 3rd one as well. Staying very silent, of course, being forced into a couple of engagements very early on, picking on those 8 elimination points, walking into the final circle, taking that high ground, building up all of those glue wall mazes to protect themselves, and just staying silent, waiting for the opportune moment. Every time they saw that window open up, they swooped on in for points. Very opportunistic, but it works.
Yeah, it worked indeed. I mean, it seems like they're just thieves. Once a window is open, they just get in there and steal the lives of the enemies. And that is also stealing the hearts of the viewers out there with the gameplay that they did.
Oh yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff. Attack all around. Very mid-tier play thus far. They don't have that many booyahs to their name. This is, I believe, the 4th one that they've picked up throughout the whole knockout stages, which is on the lower side if you look at the teams who are currently in the top 12. This has been hurting them. Their engagement, surprisingly, is very high. 400 eliminations thus far. But if you compare their placement points against the other teams, they're only at a total of 246 placement points. This is a team that heats up very early, but just can't find that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, though they are above Expand in terms of rankings, they are below them in terms of placement. So it's a good thing that they're consistent in getting all those elimination, but if they can get that balance, and when I say balance, at least get top 3 in most of the battle. Currently, their top 3 percentage is only 20%, and it's not that high though. So you need to increase that chances. Just copy and paste what they did in this match onto the next.
Yeah, great stats, man. I mean, you just put all of my long words into a beautiful percentage, right? Only 20% of the time are they in the top 3. They do struggle to find that. But I mean, they've done that 2 games in a row now, though. You know, although we say that they have clearly proven that they do acknowledge that this is their problem and they have been focusing on it. They are not getting into as many early engagements. They're trying to avoid the fights, just like what Reverse Red did when they came across Buriram very early in this game. And we see that discipline from attack all around paying off towards the very end. And speaking of discipline, there was no discipline on the side of Heavy. Okay, they all just wanted to have fun. They all, I mean, one guy could have gotten the job done, but they just wanted to have fun at that point of time. And attack all around said, you know what? Let's have a little bit of fun.
Imagine boxing themselves in, and then just like putting themselves in a prison wherein attack all around has the key, and that is where all the carnage happened. But it is what it is right now. Attack all around taking that booyah in that game. And again, another map being taken away from Buriram United. So I guess I won't be seeing that, AJ. I mean, this is the day when Buriram United decided we don't have to do that much.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, let's head on in for the interview segment. We'll catch you guys in a bit.
หันมารอบนี้ Yay! It's been a long time coming, but they came back now. And this is Purgatory from Attack All Around ค่ะ Yay!สัก one shot, one act to the camera. สักหนึ่งท่าเลยค่ะหนึ่งท่าน่ารักokay. It's been a tough day since แบบว่า last week for Attack All Around. What did you do? What did you adjust to your plan so you come back?
คือดูเป็นช่วงเวลาที่ยากลำบากของ AAA ตั้งแต่อาทิตย์ที่แล้ว เรามีการปรับเปลี่ยนยังไงคะให้ถึงกลับมาได้
ก็ไปซ้อมไฟครับเพราะตอนแรกยังจูนกันไม่ติดเท่าไหร่ตอนนี้ก็กำลังได้
Okay, so we train hard and trying to sing more and like connect and communicate with our team.
So what about the lastest member that entered into your team limit
เราลิมิตเป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีครับเข้ามาทำให้เล่นง่ายกว่าเดิมเยอะเลย
Since we got him to join our team like can play easier. So we got the sniper.
Okay, we have like 1 week left. Do you think that AA be able to come back to the top 5?
เราเหลือเวลาอีก1 อาทิตย์คิดว่า AA จะทำได้ไหมคะในการที่จะกลับมาเป็นท็อป 5 ของทีมไทยอีก
ได้ครับ
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Anything you want to say to your fans?
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ต่อไปด้วยครับ จะทำให้เต็มที่
Please keep support us. We will do our best.
Yay! Hope to see you next game.
เจอกันเกมหน้านะคะ
Do you think that you will come back?
ทำได้ไหม
Okay. So now back to you, Showcaster.
They did say it has been a long time since they're back on the interview, and I had to count. It has been 9 days of matches as well as 34 matches overall since the last time that they grabbed that booyah. So it was a long time, and finally they were able to do it.
Absolutely, man. But of course, if they can do it 4 times more, pick up just 67 points, they get back into the top 5. Easy job done out there, right? 3 eliminations from Poongod, 4 knockdowns through 4 headshots. He doesn't run the Wolfra, but he does have the Awakened Moko out there to tag up all of his opponents. I'm pretty sure one of his other teammates running that Suzy will give him a couple of those extra coins that they definitely need. And Attack All Around certainly set themselves up for success with the early power purchase through to that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play indeed. I mean, they understand as well when they have to go and engage. As you can see, more of the characters. You are right. We have 2 Wolfras right now coming from, or 1 from Jump God and 1 from Keroro. And as you can see, there's a huge variety in terms of the characters that they're using.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Jump God bringing in the Joseph with the Silver Spoon, the upgrade for that skill. He will not get slowed down, does not get marked out there on the battlefield. He's not going to be affected by the A124, the homers out there that are currently in meta, because you want him to be flexible enough in that CQC to take these engagements. Look at that, 2025 on the damage, 5 eliminations. Clearly a smart move for such a skilled player.
But I feel like Jump God has stolen a lot of kills.
Oh yeah.
Because of the damage being dealt.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Well, they're helping out the numbers for Jump God. And speaking of numbers, eliminations of 5, currently number 1 in this match, followed by Diamond of the first red with 4, and the same goes for Keroro with 4 as well. Mal from RQ Kazo grabbed 4, and Tan from Heavy also grabbed the same number. Going into the key players, we have Tan, who this time around has been revived 3 times. So I guess his hiding is not working anymore.
Yeah, it's not working anymore. But of course, Heavy were under heavy firepower early in the day as well. He just had an unfortunate day. They call him the backbone of Team Heavy. Well, with a broken backbone, it gets a little bit difficult to play a couple of games out there, you know. Oh, you're surprised this time round. AWM, you know, you don't really find a lot of them out there on the battlefield, but when you do get to pick them up, I guess, of course, it just does facilitate some of these long-range engagements, and the sharpshooters have obviously been running rampant in FFWS SEA thus far. Trogon in the 2nd place, Woodpecker in the 2nd place, both of them sharing 7 eliminations each.
Based on the elimination numbers, there's a lot more in weaponries that has been used, but I love to see that AWM taking the lead. But speaking of taking the lead, we have Attack All Around right now. They had 27 in total. With the addition of that 15 elimination, they really had brought in some heavy firepower. And speaking of heavy, we have a 9 and 7 for them, elimination and placement, and that is 17. So 10 points below Attack All Around right now.
Yep, beautiful stuff out of Attack All Around. They need 67 points in total to overtake Indostars as well as EVOS Divine. Both teams not in play today. They are in Group A. So, of course, they need to use these 6 opportunities. If you see Attack All Around currently sitting down in 7th spot. So the jump is not going to be impossible. But, of course, we will have to really demand this consistency out of them through all of the rounds. They have given it back-to-back. They were top 3 in both Bermuda and now, of course, top 3 and the winner of the Booyah in Purgatory. It seems like they're on a good run.
Yeah, good run indeed. I mean, if they reach top 5 right now, it will be bingo for Thailand at this point. I mean, 5 teams taking the top 5, and the only teams in between them is EVOS Divine and Indostars, which is not playing today.
Your age is showing with the references, bro. Kids are like, bingo? What's bingo? why does it make bingo, uncle? We gotta take a quick short break. When we come back, we see F1 Attack All Around snatches back the 5th spot for themselves to catch it.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back, survivors. It's the day of attack all around, dominating the top of the daily leaderboard here with a total of 76 points. But the day is not over yet. No, it has just started. 2 games in. We've got 4 more to go. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. And it looks like everybody wants a slice of this pie.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they want to move up. They want to stay in a good and comfortable spot right now in the top 12, so they won't be pushed down, especially by the next week for Group C for the next week once they rest. But it's just easier said than done. There's a lot of challenges happening. Even those coming from the bottom of our leaderboards right now are showing a lot of potentials this day.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of see how difficult it is to maintain consistency out there, even if you're a really good team.
Yeah.
This level of competition is insanity, right? Pure insanity. We've got so many other good teams out there who, at any given point of time, is great at Free Fire. But just kind of like overcoming all of the odds, Buriram has showed us some crazy good plays last week. And that just doesn't seem to be the idea and the intention for this week. They seem pretty passive.
Well, they just don't want to show me what they can do. I don't know. They have something against me.
Like,
Do you have something against me? You have something against me, bro? But the thing is, I still love...
I don't... They don't want to make you feel bad, Neptune. They're like, see, even we struggle.
I know how bad I am in playing the game, but I know how I'm good at reading the game, though. So...
You are. And
the thing
course,
is, I mean, we just want to point out. I mean, one more good game for Attack All Around. Especially they grab the Booyah, they will be able to get that top 5 spot, and it's part of the interview as well. That's what they're aiming for right now, and it's easy because Evo's Divine as well as Indostars will not be here, and as you mentioned, they only need a few more points to reach that level.
Yeah, and the skill that you have, the capability to read the game is very important as well, right? Because some of the teams here, clearly, they struggle to find that final circle, but they're pretty good early game. We're talking about teams like Heavy. Engagements-wise, I would say they're very, very decent. It's just that too many of those early fights just shows them the door very early on in these matches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want... You can be shown the door, just don't go through it. That is one thing. I mean, at least one will be having their foot in the door, so it will not close on them. But we'll have to see. Probably Alpine would be that game, especially on how hot it is right now and where we are. Alpine is what we need, and a little bit of a chill into the match. But there's no chilling, especially in the top 1 in this map is Buriram United.
And they're the top 1 because they've got 6 Booyahs on Alpine. I mean, yeah, man, we've talked about how some teams are good at Alpine, but clearly there's a reason why Buriram is just so feared on Alpine, right? They are the masters of Alpine. Stalwart Esports, who are in the 2nd spot, has got nothing, no Booyahs to their name at all. Falcon and Evo's Divine, they're technically not playing today, so they're not going to be the threats here. Buriram, maybe they've been silent for too long and they're going to make a big comeback here. It could just happen.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be disappointed. I don't want to expect anything from Buriram right now. If it's a good gameplay, it's good. If the other teams can beat them early into the match, it's good for them as well. At least they can show that they can go against Buriram United. And let's see if this is the map. If Alpine is the map, that like the streak of Buriram United can be stopped.
You know, this is just giving a little bit of hope to some of the other squads here. Because at one point, they're thinking like, holy mama, what if we encountered this version of Buriram in the play-ins for the point rush as well as the grand finals? But if there's a potential that they encountered today's Buriram, everybody's got a strike of being a champion.
Yeah, let's see. And I guess it's a good play as well for Buriram United because so much more from last week. If they grab 5 Booyah, pretty much like half of their playbook has been revealed already, and they don't want to show anymore. They want to hide up a few of those strats or probably think of more of plans so that they can take over the teams. But there's no taking over of anyone just yet from what we're seeing from the flight path. It's so kind to all the teams wherein only one might have an early engagement.
Let's see exactly who is going to be the troubled ones here, because Homebois could just take advantage of the situation here at Rivermouth because they are sandwiching in reverse red. And looks like Heavy's going to be having a little bit of a heavy gunfight early game again. My goodness, this team just doesn't take a break.
And I guess it is a rivalry after all. Todak has ensued in this battle. They have been waiting. They have been chasing for Heavy at this point. They won. I guess the record is 1-1 right now in this in between these two teams. Going back to Heavy and Todak, we are seeing a few gunshots from afar, but I love how Todak is positioning themselves. They're not just rushing in wherein they might go down that easily, but Wings is the only one remaining, and at least they have a chance to run away.
Yeah, Mans needs one more 100 on the free buy coins to do anything out here. So instead of depending on his very unreliable wings that keep getting clipped, he's gonna drive away from trouble, and I'm pretty sure it'll serve him a little bit of benefit. We'll catch up with him in a little bit. And Reverse Red are on a revival spree here. It's Arming now knocked onto the ground as well. Homebois taking advantage. Boon game with the double revolvers. Couldn't do much against the strong Trogon of Aleph.
Let's see if this is the time for Homebois. It is Reverse Red after all that they are challenging. And we're seeing WAG right now also trying to make a move. It is Onyx Olympus who's going in. Kiba right now shows himself. And Cyrus has a good surprise that he can block. But no! Kiba runs away. Tatsuya in the move and managed to get away.
Tatsuya is great when you've got quick fingers, you know. Kiba back 7 because he just boosts your speed, bro. You gotta still control where you run. So impressive stuff from Kiba, but he runs straight back into Cyrus, who meets him with the M1887. Goes down. Alif's shot from across. He does have that high ground advantage. Glue wall melted now for them to deal with as well. But WAG, they stack themselves in the back foot here. Alif sandwiching them in alongside Onyx Olympus. WAG is going to be in a lot of trouble here unless, of course, they decide to move straight into Alif's spot.
Oh, Dolphin's already in there trying to go and distract him. The Ghost, though, will be damaged by Joel from Onyx Olympus. And I love how it is a pinch gameplay being done by Onyx Olympus right now. They know that Homebois is in there above, distracting them, and they might not be spotted. But if in case they jump into the open, then they might be the ones targeted by the team of WAG. But Gotti right now from the side, trying to go in for a hit on the bridge, but unable to make it connect.
Todak, on the other hand, have managed to bring 2 revivals back in, all thanks to Wings. He does drive better than he flies. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, on the chase here. WAG, very smart. They knew that Aleph was going to be a problem, so they just rotated behind him, therefore baiting Onyx Olympus in for Aleph. Aleph goes down. WAG is safe. They have left 1 insurance policy here as a distraction, whilst the rest of the team members back away from this compound. And of course, Dolphin will be found as Gary takes him down. The rest of Team WAG is off and away. But double UAV sent. WAG flying back in here. And I believe that should be the revival. So unless they're just going and looking for a fight, man. No, I'm sure they're not.
I'm pretty sure Dolphin will be backing away or probably just loading up some of those that they managed to take down earlier. But they were right now earlier. We've seen a little bit of elimination. It's Kirin being taken down. And let's see. I mean, we'd love to see more of that engagement. Kirin will be brought back by the Ghost. Very ironic indeed. But let's see. You're the Ghost. You're bringing back people from the dead.
And Krillin just needs to stop dying, I guess, bro. How many times do you need to be backed up, man? That's why you got to have a main character name, all right? That's exactly why you got to call yourself Goku or something. WAG, 2 eliminations in, and they're still pretty strong. Krillin has been revived once again. Ghost is taking a swim. It has been hot these days in Asia, so we understand, bro.
I mean, you need to chill and take a dip sometimes, but be careful because at some point, I mean, you come from a hot place and take a dip in a very cold, you might get sick. And let's see who will be the ones taking the sniffles right now. We have Homebois going in for the. I mean,
such dad advice, Neptune. What in the? Don't take a dip when it's hot. You might get sick.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help it. That's what I was told when I was younger. And when I say I was younger, that's a long time ago.
Long time ago. Oh, boys, getting surrounded by reverse red. Luffy back up on his feet. Aleph with the Bison has got a tad bit of an advantage here unless he gets ambushed. 2 players at the same time. Luffy, MP40, sees Boonjay running across him, drops the glue wall, but Boonjay meets him with the Trogon instead. Aleph's gonna get taken down as well. He just got brought back in, so not a lot of heavy firepower from him. Fives loses a majority of his life, leaving Butterfly in the house here. Aleph picked right back up. It looks like Homebois are getting all of their limbs clipped off.
They are being clipped one at a time, and let's see if they survive. And on the other side, Krillin goes down once again. I couldn't count anymore how many times Krillin will be revived, and hopefully they can collect all of those 7 Dragon Balls before they get him back. But
yeah, I don't know if he's going to be, we'll see him in the match again or not, but I know we'll see him on the highlights. Krillin revived 8 times. It's a tough game. It's a tough game.
It's a tough game. At least you're be part of the key player. Your key, not quite sure. I mean, you had this conversation with Husky already. Not quite sure if it's a key to success or whatever key it has, whatever door it opens. If you're a key player.
Let's see if or not that turns into a troublesome point for them later on. RRQ has been very silent thus far. You see, they're pretty rich. They've been quietly sneaking around the battlefield, collecting coins from those coin machines. I don't blame them. Yeah, the new meta is buy your way to the final circle. Obviously, if you do get caught in a conversation with another team, you will have to respond, not verbally though, through your gunshots. And Krillin once again, you better not get revived 8 times, Neptune.
If WAG can hear me, at least probably revive him later on. Once, I mean, there's a few less teams who can gun him down, and then there's a few more chances for him to survive, or probably drop into where they are. But it's already.
I thought you're good at coaching, Nep.
Well, that's the best that I can do. If you fell down so much already, why wait it out? Why not wait it out a little bit? And then that's when you can have a good... I mean, you have a good rest already, and you can recover.
I keep thinking, right, okay, the map's big enough. If we bring you back in, bro, just land somewhere where there's no one. He says, roger that. Unfortunately, it's RNG, bro. You don't know exactly where anyone is out there. And I guess they're just not using the R1 before he is brought back in. So it's a little bit of a torturous process for Krillin. But for Todak, on the other hand, they meet the Indonesians of Onyx Olympus. Joel on the opposite roof. 7 as an assault rifle in hand. It has a scope as well. Tagged up from the back though. 7 pulls up yet another glue wall to protect himself, but he's not being given that backup just yet. Wings does manage to bring that flank around the right-hand side, but he's going to be a little late to this party.
Yeah, a little bit risky as well. He is receiving damage, but he will not be detected just yet. But as you can see, a portal go has been used, and I think it's an escape process that can be taken by Onyx Olympus right now. And 7 right now going in for the rush. 1 has already moved in onto the other side, and Zen underneath the bridge managed to take down the last player of Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, everybody just doing their job. 7 was just bait. Everybody from the side of Onyx Olympus was just so focused in on him. 7 was making so much of noise, just throwing bullets at them with his assault rifle. And of course, Wings' flank on that right-hand side. He tanked the damage from the circle a little bit. And obviously, Onyx thought nobody's going to take the damage from the back, right? That's why you always got to watch your 6. Onyx Olympus just learned that the hard way.
Yep, definitely. And that is a good distraction tactic coming from the team. Let's see if this happens for Stalwart Esports, or will they be the one being distracted? They see a vehicle coming from RRQ Kazu Legaloth, but they have their ice fields on the side. And speaking of ice field, even attack all around right now, looking up for anyone coming back from the revive, but they're just sitting pretty on the edge of the next phase.
Yeah, attack all around. They've definitely learned their lesson already, man. They don't want to get into these early skirmishes. They've got a vending machine to play around as well. They spread out very decently around the compound. They've still got the very edge of this next circle. They get to gatekeep some teams trying to move on in towards this next safe zone. Todak's going to be in a lot of trouble. Overall, great positioning from attack all around. But Stalwart finding themselves a couple of prey out there on the battlefield. This prey can bite though. Legaloth, a little unfortunate, taken out very early. But 3 more players from the side of RRQ alive and kicking.
And they are alive and kicking as well, bringing back Legaloth, and there goes Razor cutting through Stalwart Esports. Caramel right now trying to go in for the revive, but there goes the goal! Both of them goes down, but the pickup can be done. Nuts is already on the hell. Saifa right now doing some damage, but Mal will be the casualty in this battle. 3 remain for RRQ Kazu, whereas only 2 for the side of Stalwart Esports. Let's see if Saifa can survive.
And Legaloth's not wasting time at all. He's right back in this matchup. But is he going to go in here for the strike against Saifa? Saifa's moving in to get to that vending machine. Saifa meets Legaloth halfway round, but he does manage to dodge with the glue wall. Duts doesn't give him a lot of time. Up on top he goes, straight up headshot with the M1887. In the meantime, the action continues. Attack all around, finds Todak as anticipated, gatekeeping them, trying to make sure they are stalled by their own bullets and then hurt by the circle.
Kororo right now goes down, and let's see if they will be able to manage against Todak with only 3 players. We are seeing wings from above and traps on the corner of this compound, unspotted just yet, and 7 will be spotted, but the glue wall saves him. Let's see if Moon God can rush this through. He does, and 7 goes down.
Yep, 7 down on the ground already. Attack all around. Kororo lost. Wings need to be clipped on the sniper with that left-hand side flank. Zen couldn't do much up against Spoon God and his Bison. And Todak losing one after the other. Spoon God, big flank and wings. Straight up, did not see that coming. Jump got traded out. And in the meantime, Buriram getting roughed up by Reverse Red. Diamond traded right back out. Funa, phenomenal play. Will go through, get the elimination as well. Boon James still standing, and Wasada makes sure that's not for long at all. Takes him out of the equation, and Buriram very quickly raking in the eliminations.
Raking the eliminations, and well, for Reverse Red, they were able to grab 1 recovery before they got out, and now Buriram United is on high ground, trying to spot anyone who is above and below. But Moshi right now, I mean, I'm getting dizzy on the movement of Moshi, but I won't be surprised. This is how good they are. They know how to move and get that information quickly without being spotted.
Oh my goodness, 13 minutes in, and we just lost the 10th team. Is getting a tad bit too crowded in here, and this compound is very difficult to play around. You've got multiple levels to deal with. Diamond crossing in from a far circle is going to be a little annoying, and Buriram takes advantage, and it's a big score for the Thai squad, eliminating Reverse Red, one of the biggest adversaries who will put up a big fight against them in that final circle. But now, being tagged up by the circle, they have to move on in, and the Indonesians are going to be gatekeeping them.
Yep, let's see if this gate will be opened by Buriram United. As you can see, they are also being shutting down against Dewa United. On the other hand, we have Heavy still in the fight. Let's see if they can survive. And who are they spotting? Who are they playing against? It is PE Sports, who's also being taken by the blue. A little bit troublesome, though, for PE Sports. It's very difficult to really get in, especially if you let out all of those glue walls already. But on the other side, the attack all around is in a fight against another Indonesian team.
Yeah, PE able to still survive here. No knocks coming through from the circle just yet. So it looks like they've managed to reposition already. Attack all around with 3 players. Tossing all of those glue wall melters up against their opponents. RRQ just camping on a vending machine as they try to keep attack all around away. They both have the advantage. The circle finds them on the opposite side of the battlefield. Buriram picking up multiple eliminations, and attack all around, not waiting for Sunday. They take the fight straight up to RRQ. Poongod on the right. Kororo sprayed down. Poongod, can he find the trade? Yes, he will. Ma'al goes down. Shots from afar, and Poongod with the mini Uzi alone looks to eliminate nuts from the equation, but the circle's going to be pretty annoying to deal with.
Yep, definitely. As we can see, a few of the players from Stalwart Esports who stay there for quite some time is already jumping out. Stop will be dropped, and WAG will be eliminated, and that is by the hands of both Daewoo United and Buriram. And as we can see, PE Sports, they survived the battle earlier. This time, they're facing against Buriram United, who won't be stopping that easily. Nero goes down, LBT is trying to survive, and Funang Wazana is on the roll.
Oh, great plays coming through from PE Sports, putting a lot of pressure on Buriram, but not able to take any eliminations just yet. Now they are struggling with the circle themselves. Gets knocked down. They lose Wang An. LBT really low, and Get High takes advantage. Great nade toss in here, and LBT got a little bit too cheeky with Buriram outside the circle. Buriram just able to stay ahead of them with a couple of steps. Not a lot for Buriram to do, just the timing in terms of an advantage over the Vietnamese squad. One down, another one to go. Yet another Vietnamese team in the name of Heavy this time round. Attack all around, still sneaking around to get those placement points. But either way, Buriram 4-man strong.
Yeah, 4-man strong indeed, and still raking through the rest of the teams. And I love how it's showing up. Limit will be taken out. Only one remains, the one coming from above. And there goes Keroro, won't be landing as Buriram United grab their first booyah for today.
First booyah for today, but the 7th booyah on Alpine from the knockout stages. Truly the kings of Alpine, this squad is, and they're just monstrous. Now they're arguing as to who deserves the MVP, and unlike other teams who say me, they're saying him.
Looks like Spider-Man at the moment. I mean, it's you.
It's you. You're the champ, man. I mean, great plays from Buriram, right? We did anticipate them to make that comeback this time around. Of course, that was a clear hypothesis after they struggled in the first 2 games, picking up an average of 7 points from the first 2 matches at Bermuda as well as Purgatory earlier. But a massive comeback for Buriram. And this is where the other teams start to sweat a little bit, and they need to figure out how do they turn Buriram into the version that they saw in the first 2 games.
I don't think they have any control of that. It's just Buriram controlling that overall. It's just like, okay, we just stepped in. We want to rest a little bit. We don't have to be aggressive, but we have Alpine as a map right now. So we still have, we still need to maintain our track record. Thus, them getting their 7th booyah in this map. So not quite sure if they've decided already who the MVP is or who will be going for the interview though, because I guess that's the reason why they're pointing it out. They don't want to go to the interview.
Yeah, it's like, why won't you guys ever point at me? Like, don't I get to be the MVP? you get it, man. But these guys are monsters, man. I mean, at the end of the day, Moshi, Wasana, I'm a fanboy. That's all I can say. It's just amazing to see the skills, the sharpness, the presence of mind in that very moment that the heated battle is going on in the battlefield. Most people would panic. Most people would freeze. Yeah, not Wasana, not Moshi. They just run into the thick of the action. They think later. They play first.
Exactly. I mean, this is them just enjoying everything that they are doing right now. Thus, their mind is a little bit clearer. It's more of instinct coming from Buriram United at this point. And I guess if there will be a coach for this team, there's not so much of a problem in terms of the gameplay, in terms of game sense. They already have that. It's more of how can they put themselves together, and I guess they're putting themselves together quite well.
Yeah, very mature team. They know exactly how to handle themselves out there on the battlefield. I mean, yeah, where they stand overall in the grand scheme of things clearly speaks to them, right? And you see their keen sense of awareness as well. They know they don't have the circle. They also know that there's that high ground advantage that the other teams would have already taken already. So spotting out these key spots is very easy for them. They kind of know that because if they're not up there, then they know someone is going to be there. Because if it was them, they would have taken that spot already.
Yep, exactly. I mean, they know how to put themselves in other shoes. And even for that final moment, they haven't received the booyah just yet, even the one on the last guy on the ground. So where else can they be? Up above.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the game sense. That's the game sense that Buriram United have right now. And let's see if they can explain a little bit more in this interview, because I'd love to see or hear from them once again. So let's head over to the interview, Buriram United.
Are you sure that you gonna interview like that
เอาจะถามอย่างนี้จริงๆใช่ไหม
อ่ะไม่จริงครับ พี่ไม่บอกว่าผิดทางอ่ะ
Okay guys we gonna do something so just reset ourselves in 3 2 1เฮ้ยผิดทาง
โอเคทางนี้ถูก
yeah
โอเค
Are you happy
happy
Okay
very
Okay, and this is Mochi from Buriram United Esports. Do you know that Buriram United Esports have an AKA, and it turned out it is different from the normal. ปกติจะเป็นปราสาทสายฟ้า but now someone call you ปราสาทสายไฟ What do you think?
คิดยังไงพอมีคนเรียกเราว่าปราสาทสายไฟแทนที่จะเป็นปราสาทสายฟ้า
ผมว่าสายไฟน่าจะพลังงานไฟฟ้าน่าจะเยอะกว่าไฟฟ้าสายฟ้า
So he think ปราสาทสายไฟ has more electric more
Then
electric than the thunder castle
okay. And what do you think about Melon?
คิดยังไงกับเมลอน
เมลอนก็ไปรอดเลย
อร่อย
อร่อย
Okay. If some fan wanna find out, just go to When They Live in Toto. Okay. Okay, and last thing, what do you wanna do in Vietnam?
ไปเวียดนามจะไปทำอะไร
ไปแข่งครับ
for the competition
ให้ผมไปทำอะไร
Other
you
than
want me to do?
competition. อย่างอื่นสินอกจากแข่ง
อ๋อ
อะ
ก็อย่างแรกก็ไปเก็บกระเป๋าก่อนแล้ว
Okay
ก็
so first pack the bag
อ่ะ
Okay, and so after pack the bag,
อาบน้
take a shower
take a shower. After take a shower,
ำกินข้าว
eating
แล้วก็
after eating,
และอย่างสุดท้ายเลย
have to go to ไอ้นี่แล้วแหละโฮเทลแล้วแหละ
นอน
sleep
Where is the competition in this วะ Okay. And this is Mochi from Buriram United Esports. Don't think that you gonna get some serious answer from him. You know, it's his style. So
ไม่ได้
see
เล
you
ย
in the next game. Yeah, I know. That I will not get anything from you. Yeah. Back to you, Showcaster. Hey.
You see, I'm sorry, but I know how we can get some answers out of Buriram. We just need to send them to Vietnam. We just need to put Yutsul there. Oh, they will answer some good questions. That girl has some hot, spicy questions. And Buriram usually have some hilarious answers for us. But it seems to be a great statement from them back at Alpine here, making their comeback, hitting the 20th booyah. And Mochi picking up another MVP. 7 eliminations, 9 knockdowns. You see him rocking that iris. You see him rocking that AWM, which means behind the AWM stays hidden the M82B. Mochi, there's no one game that Mochi walks in and he does not grab the M82B.
Oh, definitely. I mean, double snipes, as you mentioned, I mean, it's more of a signature that has been brought in by Mochi at this point. But let's not take away Wasana and Funa as well as get high in this battle. I mean, they have variety as well, but it's more of the Andrew Awaken for the rest of the team. They want to be buffed up right now so that they can protect as well as help Mochi in their mission. And what is the mission? To get a lot of eliminations as well as grab that booyah. And speaking of elimination, this is a lot. There's a total of 18, if I'm not mistaken, if my math serves me right. And not only that, the damage that they have dealt is so much.
Yeah, Mochi is catching up with the eliminations, but of course, Funa still has the advantage against him. I guess Funa was just a little salty, like, why aren't you guys pointing at me? I usually get the MVPs too, man, but all 3 star players from the side of Buriram making it to the elimination leaderboard alongside Poon God and Gary from Attack All Around as well as Onyx Olympus. And this is the Buriram we know, super hot out there. We don't know what happened in the first 2 games, but the other teams better hope that this is not a team that gets consistent.
And there you have it, back into the
my,
key players. Five. I was expecting a little bit more, but
Hey, dude, 5's a lot, all right?
yeah, but from what we've seen earlier, it seems like 8, though.
No. As long as it wasn't 7 revivals, I'll be like, okay, bro. You're gonna
But
get.
again,
Yeah.
it's a good thing they were able to bring back their teammates, and it's not just Kirin, even the rest of the teams. They got into the wall, they got in against the other teams. It's being taken down. One managed to survive, but it's just Kirin, unfortunately, always dropping in to those being guarded. But how they are being guarded is because the Woodpecker and AWM is there, second and third on the top weapon.
Absolutely, man. And of course, when you get close enough, the Trogon gets the job done, doubling as a grenade launcher and mainly as a auto shotgun. It is just the weapon to abuse out there. And of course, Buriram United Esports not missing that opportunity. They do run a double, sometimes a triple Trogon on their squad. 18 eliminations they pick up for a massive 30-point run at Alpine.
Yeah, and they will be followed by attack all around, not so much in the points. Pretty much similar to what we've seen earlier in second place. 16 in the total points, and heavy as well. This time they are doing quite fine in the third spot, but the placement is, or the eliminations though, it's not that high compared to the other teams that we've seen. But going back to the standings, we still have to see attack all around move up a little bit more. But the way I'm looking at it, they are on their way to get the top 5. Buriram United still increasing their lead. They have again brought it back to more than 200 against Team Falcons.
Absolutely, man. I just don't know what Buriram eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but whatever it is, they need to be fed more because these boys are hungry. Every single time we see them, they are hungry. 20 booyahs in the competition thus far. No other team has a double-digit booyah, but these guys are already at 20. Okay, they are just playing a whole other competition. And Alpine, like I said, man, usually when we see teams hitting this booyah, what do we always say, Neptune? Hopefully they can remain consistent. But I'm saying hopefully Buriram is not consistent, because then it's just going to ruin the party for everybody. And we know it's coming to those crucial moments where it's going to be very important for the teams who are fighting for the top 12 to perform in every single game.
Exactly, and the thing is, how can they perform? Because we're stepping into Kalahari, and the spotlight is still in Buriram United. 6 booyahs overall, 156 in the eliminations, and they grabbed 263 in the total points just from this map. So it's a huge threat right now, especially as they've done resting. They are back in play, and they want to grab up a lot more of points.
Absolutely, man. And it's just one of those days, right? And if you're WAG, we saw WAG walk away with a booyah, but we also said that sometimes they are just a passerby as they walk amongst gods like Buriram, and sometimes they're the warrior amongst gods, right? In the previous game, yeah, they were just a passerby who just kept getting shot every single time they showed up. But this is the matchup at Kalahari where WAG really, really needs to step up for themselves now.
Definitely, I mean, 3 more points, they might be able to take over. Heavy spot on 11, and this is just them slowly moving up. We like to see more of WAG as well as Heavy and PE Sports, because they're being squished down in there on 10, 11, and 12, and none of them really wants to be pushed down. But we've seen a few more from Onyx Olympus in terms of their gameplay. They are becoming aggressive. They are trying to gatekeep some of the teams despite of who they are right now. Though they fail at some point, but that is still a threat for those coming from Vietnam.
Decent flight path from confinement down towards Mammoth. Oldhampton is going to be a little bit of a challenge to reach, but we don't have any teams forcing the Mammoth drop. Attack all around will spread out between Bayfront and Shrine. So for a massive looting game at the very start. Homebois, Todak, Onyx Olympus on the other hand. Somebody sent out an invitation for a party. 3 teams accepted it, but I don't know if they're going to turn on each other.
Let's see. I mean, that is something I would love to see. And I guess the other teams hate to happen because they'll be losing out on all those points on this early engagement. So as we can see, RRQ Kazu right now from Bayfront trying to go into the edge. They don't want to be showing up into the middle just yet. And as we can see, Legoloth is already starting a party against Nero of PE Sports.
RRQ always looking to gun for the struggling survivors out there, looking for easy engagements. Some would call that cheap. I would just say that's fantastic strategy. You obviously don't punch above your weight limit. You go for opponents who you can definitely take in those early skirmishes and then loot them and then get into bigger battles. But Onyx Olympus, they can't really plot out their trajectory here. Meeting Homebois very early, losing Gary. But that's just a knock, and the elimination does come on through with an A124. But no aggressive maneuvers from Homebois. They back away.
They back away indeed. They know that there's a few teams or one more team that's waiting for Onyx Olympus. It is Todak. And let's see if wings can be clipped right now. UAV spotting Zen at this point, and he needs to back away. Now, Seven is trying his best to take and put out of some of the Homebois, but unable to do so. Thus, he regroups with the team.
Todak doing pretty well thus far. In the first 3 matches, they've got an average of 10 points, which is good for them. Usually you don't see that consistency coming through as well. They're walking away with 2 points, 4 points, 5 points. The PE Sports catching RRQ Ma'al. That's a very expensive elimination. And Wang An does get traded right back out here by Dutson as RGS50 turned into an elimination point. The question is, can he spend this money? First circle. So Pocket Market is going to be the savior. RRQ, easy buyback on the rest of the team members.
And they always prioritize and leg a lot at this point. We've seen why they do it, because he knows, we knows that he can handle himself despite of being surrounded by 2 players, and that is what they need right now. They don't want to be stuck in there, and Duts though goes down because of the rush being done by Heavy, and Kambi has been brought back up. Now on the other side we have BE Sports being jumped by Jump God, and as you can see, there's a lot of trouble that is happening all over this map of Kalahari.
Attack all around doesn't want to get super aggressive, but if you're going to present us with an opportunity to pick up points early, why not? They're not going to shy away from battle. And this one seems to be a pretty easy team to overwhelm for attack all around. PE Sports didn't really put up a fight against them, but here comes Heavy, the heavy contender who's very good at early skirmishes, but up against a warmed up attack all around who has been consistent 3 games in a row. Can they contend against them?
Yeah, let's see if Pungad can spot out Kabi, who's already above, but Keroro is quite busy trying to hit that on Jonah, and Hans might be the distraction, but no, he has been spotted and let go of those nades onto Hans, backing him off. Now, attack all around right now hasn't spotted Tando on the other side. Hopefully, Tan will be able to help and out, take down 1, and then that's where Heavy will be able to go in for the rush.
Yeah, very nice position by Tan there. That high ground advantage, and attack all around knows that is going to be the dangerous spot, so they all take cover, only focusing on the 3 players right in front of them. So the flank is not going to have an advantage just yet as Hans gets knocked down. That M82B making its work, turned into elimination as well, but Ona a little too quick on that revival. So it's 1 for the squad thus far. Attack all around adds on another. Kabi goes down. Buybacks are not going to be tough here, Jonah. Very rich. This is going to be a sour one, but Jonah turns the table only for a second as Jump God knocks him down yet again. 1,500 coins all wasted. Vitan put down onto the ground as well. Attack all around. Overwhelming Heavy.
And that is it. Once your flanker has been spotted, your formation is already broken. So good thing revival has been done for them, and then they can get away from attack all around. Dewa United, on the other hand, they don't need to get away from anyone. No one's surrounding them, but I guess they have spotted one of the players from Heavy, which is Hans coming back from the revive. Now let's see if they can finish them off. And is there any chance for Heavy to bring back few more of their players?
Good recovery here. No team has been eliminated thus far. RRQ not looking to be the first. Zipline used. Diamond doesn't spot the player. And he escapes. Only Legoloth, the unlucky one. And Diamond with the hook gun now. Quick repositions coming on through. Taking that right-hand flank position. RRQ Razor exposed. And Diamond with the Woodpecker just sneaks 1 shot in. Pushes on forth, has got the Bison. No wonder he's so daring. Razor M1014. And the shotgun just does not get the advantage.
Diamond right now, good play indeed. He knows how to separate each other from the rest of the teams. But on the other side, we have Onyx Olympus right now. Gardu has lost his life from the hands of Sam 13. But back on the guild feed, we are seeing Sam Ming going in against RRQ Kazu. Now, RRQ Kazu is quite predictable at this point. They are known to be always in this area of the Kalahari, and they can be spotted, they can be gunned down by none other by reverse red, especially with the firepower that they have.
So they are in a lot of trouble now. Legolas got revived. He lost a majority of his coins. Only 100 free fire coins rich now, Mr. Legolas. So he needs to go on a looting spree to find the funds to buy his team members right back. Still the first circle. Pocket Marker is going to be on his side. A couple of vending machines out here in Kalahari that he can make good use of as well. But the Indonesian squad of RRQ definitely needs to put some effort, and Legolas buys the insurance on Dut's first. Reverse red on the other hand, finding a couple of free ones once again as Heavy shows up without much firepower.
Not so much of firepower indeed, but no one has been taken out just yet from this match, and we're already in 7 minutes in this game. Now, it might be quite troublesome later phase of the game. We only have 17 seconds before the zone closes, and they will be squished into each other. Attack all around, though, they have a lot of elimination, but they are still waiting it out. They don't want to be too aggressive. They just want to secure all those elimination, not lose their lives as well as their position, and then they can plan it out, especially as everyone is trying to gun each other out.
Gardu with a good cross, but unfortunately just not doing much against all of those shots he was absorbing. Could have ran out of glue walls, and fires showing up in the nick of time. Kiba, beautiful trade, and Homebois is overwhelming Onyx Olympus on that rotation. But the question is that a smart use of the portal go? I think that's quite a heavy investment for one elimination.
Yeah, I mean, they might have been expecting a few more in there, or probably just trying to get away or trying not to be gunned down. But let's see, one team has already been eliminated. RRQ Kazu, after surviving all those battle, needs to wait it out. And the tackle around is our leader in elimination, followed by the Homebois. Now, I love this part of Homebois right now. Aggressiveness from the start. Hopefully, they can maintain, as well as the number of players that they have on their side, because at some point, if they lose one, it starts to go down just like dominoes.
Impressive stuff from Attack all around. This would be 4 games in a row that they show us great performance at. They're starting things off hot. Esports gives a free 1 AWM straight through the head. They lose one, and Limit may just be able to pull one more. Circle, getting the damage in. Limit, good hook gun reposition. M82B in hand. No player behind the glue wall, so he'll have to look for the circle himself instead.
I mean, good work for PE Sports right now. Despite of the knockdown, the pickup has been done. The vehicle is in there waiting for them so they can get away. And Virus right now, even them missing the shots, a little bit of sideways gameplay for the driving right there. But it's about to explode, and it is Sam 13 who's going to give it to them. But they're the ones in play right now to go for the gatekeep.
Yeah, good play coming through from PE Sports. And finally, the portal go used to quickly reposition. WAG losing 2 players in the meantime. Up against Team Stalwart. Dolphin and Krillin. Obviously, they don't want to get the highlight as the most revived players once again. But at the same time, they want those revives, man. They want to survive.
They want to survive indeed. And you don't want to be dying out that easy, especially as 10 minutes in the mark right now, where we still have 11 teams fighting. Now, Funa right now trying to go in for the rush against Kiba of Onyx Olympus and still manage to survive. Here comes Sue. Let's see if they can go for the 1-2 punch, make that 1-2-3 from Buriram United, and they were able to go in for the takedown. They United, though, still in the battle, not against PE Sports this time, but against Homebois, who just stepped into their area.
Yep, they were United from that high ground advantage, playing those shots directly to the heads of the Homebois. Portal go here to be abused as well for a quick reposition across the battlefield, cutting down the distance between themselves as well as Homebois. Spotting out fires as well. Sharp shots from Mr. 05. turning the tide instantaneously. Fires was the flanker to help out the rest of the Homebois, and now they don't have that bird's eye view. They don't have that information. They just need to deal with the gunfights.
And Butterfly right now stuck in a corner. Alif trying to get away, being gunned down, and it is Mr. 17 bringing them down. Now, Mr. 17 and the rest of the gang right now just hunting down the surroundings. Though Sam 13 goes down, we are yet to see Butterfly recover. Otherwise, he might be the ones next. And there you have it. Down on the ground, onto his knees. They were United is bringing it to them. Onto the other side, quick recovery being done by Luffy onto Alif, and reverse red right now challenging Buriram United.
Oh, Todak pushing into reverse red. Buriram, on the other hand, just nicking away at Todak players from the back. Easy eliminations. And now, of course, reverse red gonna rip away the rest of the lives here. Todak in an unfortunate situation, but Buriram not waiting on ceremony. They move quickly in towards the compound of all of these battles, and they want to take advantage, but just with a duo, though. Buriram a little short-handed on this very aggressive attack, but get high. Well, get the first knock. Funa backing him up. Portal go, and the backup is here. Buriram now, they are on the hunt.
On the hunt, indeed, taking over reverse red against Todak, but Saming says, no, you cannot take that easily from us. And they're trying to take and steal all those eliminations right now, but it is due from Stalwart Esports, though, who has initiated the final hit against the team. Now we have attack all around right now, still leading the team in terms of elimination, but as we can see, a lot of aggressiveness already coming in from Buriram United.
Dude, all the Thai teams are just on fire. On Kalahari, WAG out as well. All four Thai teams still alive and kicking. Reverse red making the reposition to take on yet another Vietnamese squad. PE Sports in the dead center here, and reverse red are going in for the slice. Diamond circles around, has an Exposy as the backup. Narrow spotted out, and Diamond shot from afar. Easy headshot, and Diamond himself gets traded out, though. Attack all around, preying on them.
Limit right now, really showing a little limitless in terms of the snipe, and Saming is trying to survive, though, and it's a good thing for Homebois because Butterfly will be safe. I am trying to hope that Butterfly will be able to fight back, but with that gunshot, with that knockdown, he will be still sitting in there. No one will be disturbing him. Jump God right now just jumping in for the rush, but the glue wall stopped them in their heels.
Jump God got tagged by that A124, but he walks in with the Joseph, so no slowdown for this guy. That's the little advantage with the Joseph on that silver spoon. Passive Saming backing away. CQC still manages to knock down Kororo, rips away his life as well. This is insanity from Mr. Saming, and of course, Exposy will be traded out by Jump God and his Bison. In the meantime, RRQ will have to face off against the players of Buriram.
Buriram United right now slowly going down. Get High has been brought down low and eliminated in this fight. Now they need to get in onto the zone as well while fighting against Buriram United. But Wasana is still alive and kicking in. There goes the hit from afar. Jump God was able to go in for the steal. Dudes is trying their way as well from the other side against Buriram United. Now let's see who's going to win this three-way battle.
RRQ with a high ground advantage. Buriram not going to be very aggressive. And one quick reposition. Funa gets the final player off of the Homeboys list and eliminates the team in 6th. Reverse red takes the 5th as attack all around and roaches their position to look for that next circle. RRQ, they have the very middle of this next safe zone. But that also makes them that key target for everyone as they circle around, because RRQ is holding on to the only safe compound within the next safe zone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a difficult spot for them. Everyone will be rushing into the area, but Buriram United is still stuck, though. They picked up one of their players, and they need to be silent. But Stalwart Esports already have their eyes on them, and they will be waited out for the next few seconds as the blue will be closing in. And here comes Portal Go being used. Wasana trying to go in together with Funa against RRQ. Another duo make that 3-0 for the rush, but RRQ is ready for that approach.
Oh, they are ready. Back-to-back knocks coming on through. They were anticipating that. They were waiting right in front of the other end of that portal go, spraying down one after the other the Buriram players. And the final one, Funa, backs away. Unfortunate as he could not sustain his life. Attack all around now, looking to take this one away. 4 games back-to-back. They do bring in their performance. and they're looking for their second booyah from the day.
Let's see if they can grab the second booyah. Stop has been stopped right now. Needs to be picked up. And Do goes down as well from the side. That is from the hands of Jump God right now. And speaking of jump, Limit has jumped in as well. RRQ is being silent, letting it go to attack all around right now because there's nothing much that they can do. They cannot step out of the compound. Otherwise, they will be gunned down by a few more players. And that is just tenacity coming from attack all around, staying above and beyond this battle.
It is a massive game for Attack All Around. And they've got their keen eyes set on Stalwart as well. Jump God, backstab, easy one with the Trogon. And now he's tagged up already as well. Jump God still has the advantage, doesn't allow Stop to crawl on away. Poon God from the opposite side shuts down Caramel. RRQ steals the elimination away. But Attack All Around is not going to sweat that out just yet. They want to have the circle, and they have it for themselves. Losing Kororo early will be a problem, though. Jump God jumps up to the very top of the final compound alongside Limit, and now they have that bird's eye advantage.
And let's see if Jump God will be able to jump in. Again, the Joseph can help him to survive any stuns that can be pulled out. The RQ is still waiting. They have the advantage. All they have to do is move all together tactically. But Sypha still alive, bringing chaos in there. And one of the players from RQ has been brought down. But from above, we are seeing Sypha goes down as well. Attack around 21 elimination. A good chance for them to finish up RRQ, gatekeep them and stop them with all those blue walls.
Oh, massive game for Attack All Around here. And now the circle not on the side of RRQ, but Attack All Around putting themselves at a disadvantage. Unexpected move coming through from the thighs. Limit losing a lot of HP here. Jump God with a sliver of health left on him. Mahal does not get the finisher with the Trogon. Reposition. Spoon God picks himself right back up. Jump God drops nuts. And this should all be over as Mahal loses his life. Masterful play. Masterful booyah by Attack All Around.
I love how Jump God used that Tatsuya, moved around that glue wall, surprisingly was not spotted by the opponent, and that is where they went in for the backstab.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a good gameplay indeed, a good day indeed for Attack All Around.
Indo Stars cannot do anything about this. They have now lost their position to Attack All Around, who has now replaced them in that 6th spot. The next one to lose their spot will be EVOS Divine. Of course, Attack All Around was asked this tough question. Are you going to get that 5th spot back? It's a tough one to say yes, because they needed a super day. They needed to get more than 80 points, and they are well on their way to do exactly that. This was a massive game. What was that? 24 eliminations? Alongside 12 from the Booyah. That's 36 points already just from this game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is a huge leap being done right now by Attack All Around in this battle, and couldn't agree more with you. They have taken over that in those stars, though, on the 6th place, and their next target would be 15 or 16 points for them to take over EVOS Divine. Worst thing about this for these two teams, there's nothing that they can do. They're just watching right here from their homes.
Of course, they can try to do something tomorrow as Group A hops on in. They will be going up against Group C. So that's going to be a little bit of a fun one. They get to interact directly with Attack All Around to stop them from keeping their spot, and they get to sneak that away, right? And there's a high probability they do that as well. We see the fire in the Indonesians, but I have to say this was a brilliant showpiece from the side of Attack All Around, and they have improved what they were struggling with last week, finding that final circle. They were finding early engagements. They were also finding early exits from the lobbies. And that's just something that they fixed instantaneously this week, right? They're like, we know we can fight, but let's just make sure we are well looted up first, good enough with all of the utilities to get into that final battle, and all of this massive action just coming through at the very end.
And I guess it does help for Buriram United to lose out from the early fights of this day, because it really gave them that motivation, that momentum to carry over the reins of back-to-back Booyahs, and they're doing it right now. So won't be surprised if they can grab another one, especially as Buriram United is not showing up compared to what we've seen last week.
Oh yeah, and of course Limit, definitely the MVP this time around. more than 10 eliminations for him, or maybe even 10 eliminations. But of course, we have to throw the cameras back to the Thailand team because we've got the interview with Attack All Around.
Last time I talked to Purgatory that how much you want booyah today, and he said that he wants just like 3 or 4 booyah, and now come back again with Attack All Around Limit Day. Okay, first I wanna ask you that, do you think, or how many percent that you think you and your team can come back to the top 5?
คิดว่ามีโอกาสกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่เราจะกลับมาเป็นท็อปไฟได้ค่ะ
ผมคิดว่า 100% ครับ เพราะว่าผมเริ่มเข้ากับทีมแล้วครับแล้วผมแบกเอง
I think we will have 100% because we are getting good, like perform well as a team. Because he carried the team.
Okay. Okay. Is it hard to adapt yourself in the second half of the league?
ปรับตัวยากไหมคะว่าเราเข้ามาเล่นในครึ่งหลัง
ก็ไม่ค่อยยากครับผมก็มีประสบการณ์ติดตัวมาอยู่แล้วครับกับทีมต่างประเทศครับผมก็เล่นได้อยู่ครับก็แค่ปรับเข้าทีมให้เล่นได้ดีมากกว่าเดิมแค่นั้นเองครับผม
Okay, I think it's not that hard because I already have experience playing with international teams, so it's not hard for me because I have some experience like this.
Okay, and in the last fight, I see that when it comes to T fight against T, and your team knocked down first, how do you feel?
พอเมื่อถึงสถานการณ์อย่างเมื่อกี้ค่ะวงสุดท้ายเราเหลือ3-3ใช่ไหมแล้วทีมเราล้มก่อนรู้สึกยังไงจังหวะนั้น
ก็วิวนิดนึงครับแต่ว่าก็กลับมาได้ผมก็เรียกกำลังใจทีมแบบเฮ้ยไหวเพื่อนอย่างเงี้ยครับประมาณนี้ครับ
A little bit nervous but we can come back so we like keep supporting our team and we can do it.
So is it a tip for pro player to play as a team, like when it's come to the hard time we should cheer up in the team?
คืออันนี้มันก็คือเหมือนกับว่าเรื่องปกติแล้วที่แบบว่าทีมเราเวลาที่เราเสียเปรียบเราก็ต้องแบบว่าให้กำลังใจเพื่อนดึงเพื่อนกลับมาใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
Okay, and this is Limit from Attack All Around. Now back to you, Shoutcaster.
And I love the point that Limit mentioned. I mean, it's not like the motivation that they need, especially if one of their teammates got knocked down. Technically, in a professional scene, in a competition, that would be taken as a mistake. So if one makes a mistake, at some point, other teams just point out the fingers, they blame them for making that mistake. What I love that they're doing is just motivating them to move back up. And that is very, very important, especially in matchups just like this, where because at some point when pressure is on you, you get angry, but there's no getting angry for this guy right now. Limit has no limit right now. I guess this is the highest elimination that we've seen so far for a player.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Purgatory was spot on when he said they are very happy to acquire Limit from E-Arena. He has been a star player. Having the sniper on the side of Attack All Around has given them a lot of flexibility around the battlefield. We see the amount of information you get from the bird's eye view. You see the backup from afar that Moshi usually gives the rest of his team members. That's exactly what Limit now provides for Attack All Around. And he has been very proficient at that. 10 eliminations, not only is he a sharpshooter, he knows exactly where to take a peek and pick up on all of these elimination points for the squad.
Yep, definitely. And with the help of Jump God, I mean, his game sense and his mobility in this match has really helped them out so much. So 10 elimination followed by the 7 that Jump God has. And this is 24 overall in elimination. And this is a good start. I would say this is a good day already for Attack All Around. And hopefully they can carry it over onto their next days, because despite of Buriram United in here, by the following week they can start it off, or by the following weeks they can start it off a little bit I would say slow, so that they can plan it around before they go aggressive.
Sky's the limit for Limit himself. 10 eliminations, and Jump God just trying to reach for it. A little shy, but they're gonna be happy with his performance as well. duds with the 5 eliminations. Kororo from Attack All Around making it to the highlight for the top 5 elimination leaders as well. Saming just a tad bit unfortunate alongside Reverse Red. They didn't really sustain their own lives out there long enough. Let's take a look at the key players here as well, Neptune.
Yeah, we have Jump Cut right now with 1017 survival time. I mean, he's part of the players who ended up and grabbing that Booyah in their revived teammates right now, going to Gary. So much help has been brought in by Gary for Onyx Olympus. Wasana has rescued their teammates 3 times, and that's important as well, especially if you can do it quick. You can bring up or pick up your teammates, and you can fire back.
Yep, 17 eliminations on the Drogon. Woodpecker with the 15, sharing the spotlight alongside the Bison. No surprises here at all. We saw a lot of those pumps in those CQCs from this Drogon, and a couple of those grenades just really putting the hurt on those opponents as well, right? The splash damage and the area of effect that you do get to kind of command with those grenades, forcing those teams back, do give you a lot of advantage in a tight little spot. And you know for a fact, Attack All Around definitely abused that.
Yeah, they've seen so much of that in this battle, thus they have taken 24 eliminations, and going in on second place, RQ Kazu, only 9 eliminations, second place. They have been beat by Reverse Red though in terms of elimination, but not so much in their placement. But United, a little bit of slowdown once again for them, tying their scores for this match for Reverse Red, but there's no pressure for them. They're still up 200 plus points.
Yeah, 200 plus points indeed. Buriram United pretty comfortable up there. Still nobody anywhere near to their massive 20 booyahs, but everybody here is playing their own set of challenges for themselves. Attack All Around, for example, is only looking for the 5th spot back to make to scream bingo, like you would say.
Bingo. I mean, what if, and I'm not hoping, what if by the end of the knockout stage, all those maps, all those tags will pretty much line up. So unfortunate though for the ones at the bottom that they will be left out outside, away from the grand finals. But why not? I mean, if the teams can make it work, all their teammates, all their I would say co-region will be able to reach it to the top 12, then it is possible.
I mean, I guess this is the most direct answer to the question of which is the most dominant region in Southeast Asia. Which region do we fear the most, right? And we don't need to resort to speculations anymore. We just need to look at the numbers. And you're a data guy, man. You know the numbers just don't lie.
Exactly. Numbers tells half of the story, and that is what we're seeing right now. The story right now is Buriram United will be be happily ever after by the end of knockout stage. We're going to go in for a quick break. Don't go away.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and we are still in Free Fire World Series 2024 for Southeast Asia. So far, this is now game number 5 for day number 14, and as we can see from the previous matches, it's Thailand that has taken over their reins. On the caster says, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ. We'll be your casters for the remaining 2 matches.
And it looks like Attack All Around is going to keep their promise. They are going to rip away that 5th spot right back for themselves. Esports Divine currently comfortable in that 5th spot, but not for long. They are not playing today, so they have no say. Tomorrow, they can have a direct face-off against Attack All Around to kind of like tell them exactly how they feel about losing their spot to them, right? Because after performing back-to-back 4 games in a row, Attack All Around with 2 booyahs to their name, getting just mere 15 points, 16 points to overtake Esports Divine doesn't seem impossible at all.
Exactly. I mean, we're seeing it in numbers, we're seeing it in the rankings as well, and it's no surprise if that that happens by the end of the day, but still dependent on the other teams to prevent them. If Attack All Around can be taken down early into this match, especially with the aggressiveness that's showing for the other teams, hopefully they can do that. And even Bermuda United is being nerfed at this moment. There's not so much of a back-to-back coming from them in this battle.
Yeah, and of course, we have to credit these other teams, right? They just have the fire in them this time round. Buriram, on the other hand, is getting into a couple of skirmishes that's just not going their way. A lot of luck is involved in a good game of Battle Royale as well. You can't choose your opponents. You can't choose when you engage with certain opponents, unless, of course, you are like RRQ and you love taking a hot drop against Heavy, constantly hunting them down. But all of the other teams, you know, it's a mere prediction as to who we might encounter. But you can never tell exactly where the circle moves, which sort of a titan you're thrown into battle with. And Buriram hasn't managed those situations pretty well this week.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand RRQ Kazu as well, why they want to take down Heavy, because they're just in there in the 12, and it gives way for Onyx Olympus to move up, and that will give them a more of Indonesian team going into the top 12. But the thing is, for Heavy, it's only 1 point for them to move up to 11th spot, so the next target might not be Heavy anymore. It might be WAG at this point, wherein they might be brought down to that 12th or to that 13th spot, giving way to Onyx Olympus. That is still dependent on Onyx Olympus if they can perform well. But speaking of performance, Nextera, it is quite a long way for Onyx Olympus to really move up, because later we're going to show the top teams who are in here, and most of it are just not coming from Group C or Group B.
Yeah, most of them are not from Group C or B. This is a map dominated by Group A. 4 teams are so dominant here, right? You're talking about Falcons, Indostars, Esports Divine, and Expand. But Onyx Olympus, in the matchup between Group C and B, they do pretty well on Nextera in the grand scheme of things. But you're most definitely right. But beating all of the other teams in Group A stands Buriram with 3 booyahs to their name so far, equalizing with Team Falcons. But the biggest of difference here is the total number of points they've picked up for themselves. 197 from this map.
And, well, unfortunately, Falcons will not be playing right now. They're very, very close to Bermuda United. And the next on the list right now from Group C and B would be Onyx Olympus. So it's a huge chance. If they survive, if they fight against the other teams below them in this map, they have a good chance to really cross over the top 12. If Heavy can be taken down, or probably WAG can be taken down early, then they will be able to do it. So it's a tough battle for them indeed, especially a lot of hopes is coming in from the Vietnam teams.
Of course, when we took a look at the overall highlights as to who's the usual suspect that do perform on Nextera, we see Team Falcons and Buriram having very similar stats, right? Not too far away from each other. But there's one factor that does separate them in terms of proficiency on Nextera. Buriram has played 9 games at Nextera, whereas Team Falcons has played 11. And they are almost the same in terms of points. So Buriram definitely the more efficient one. So they are going to be the apex predator as usual So this is where the teams have to hope and pray that they slip up somehow or they get put into a very dangerous situation very early on. Because if the Apex Predators get comfortable on Nextera, a booyah is confirmed.
And speaking of being comfortable, they are splitting up right now in this drop. Two from Bermuda United is dropped into Turbine and two into Museum. But WAG right now will be meeting up against Attack All Around, and that is not looking good for this team. They might be pushed down, especially if they lose this battle. So hopefully they have an exit strategy in this early engagement, similar to what we've seen other teams does. But there you have it. The battle is and now starting in limits. The first one to go, Keroro follows.
Attack All Around started off hot here, but they just put themselves in an unfortunate position against WAG, who have managed to make a decent enough comeback to fight them off, taking Keroro and Limit away from Attack All Around, forcing Jump God to run away from this engagement, leaving Poon God to sacrifice himself, buy a little bit of time here for Jump God. They want to fall. Let's get the tag and the shutdown, but Jump God is long way gone. And he knows he's broke, so he's gonna not use the revival platform. Come on. Okay, I'm sure he's gonna use the revival platform.
Well, I guess he sends as well a few players from Reverse Red in there. Hopefully, he will be able to get away. Otherwise, it will be all done for them. But Butterfly right now goes in! Flew in against Razor, and a takedown against two players from RRQ Kazu. Make that three players from RRQ Kazu being done by the Homebois. Now, one remaining. Legaloth right now, the hero of the team. Let's see if he can survive, get away from the Homebois.
Yeah, Predator turned into prey. Legaloth gotta hope and pray Alif doesn't find him. The prey of hails, but his gunfight does not. Legaloth is turned around with the MP40, but now Fire is hopping on in for the battle as well. Will not be able to find it, but Luffy circling in with the P90 is able to finally put Legaloth down. A relentless battle by Legaloth, but the numbers just overwhelming him at the end.
Oh, definitely. I mean, 1v1s, he was able to fight it off, but once everyone jumped in, it is not looking good. Now, we are seeing a little bit of substitution. We have Wei, who will be replacing Kabi at this point. Let's see if that will work for them. I guess it doesn't. It needs a little bit more of warm-up, because even the catapult, he's not used to using.
Let's see if Onyx Olympus gets to save their player here. Gardu being pursued. Traps puts himself in a sticky situation. I was thinking that Gardu was going to get caught out, but it's Traps that's trapped in his own greed. Looking for a point. Now he might just give a point.
Yeah, the thing is, he heard the gunshots coming from up front. He tried to back off, but one's waiting for them from above, similar to what we're seeing right now for side of Stalwart Esports. An opponent is above them, but they didn't spot the portal go being used. I guess they did, and they might be able to get away. Now, Saifa is very close to one of the players. I guess it's an opponent. It is Dolphin, though, from WAG. Let's see if WAG can manage to get away from this engagement. Gary, though, will not get away as Traps trap him and bring him down. Now, quick recovery, though, being done by Onyx Olympus as they hide their way on the ridge. Good place for them not to be spotted and not to be taken down.
Buriram being hunted by Todak. And wings from afar. M82B straight through the head of Funa. Moshi already low on HP. Does not want to re-engage. Buys his partner back first. With the P90, quickly recovers his HP. Wasana comes through for the backup as Get High finds the wings, clips it. Moshi down and out of the equation already, but a quick revival comes through for Buriram. Toda putting on a lot of pressure, but Wasana responding, almost getting two for himself.
Almost, and let's see if Drogon can help. Doesn't help at all as recovery and the pickup has been done already. Cyrus on the other side will be battling against PE Sports. A 1v3 situation, runs in. The glue wall doesn't help him to stop Nero, and he will be taken down by Don't Cry as Dolphin will just be waiting here in the rooftop, and Clearian will also be waiting but not spotted just yet. Caramel, though, trying to get away against Kiba, but the vehicles will not work for him as Caramel stepped out, put up the glue wall, and goes down.
WAG, Dolphin, and a very rough spot. Needs to bring his team members right back. Krillin does manage to find one. Toda, on the other hand, does not manage the skirmish against Buriram, and they get taken out in 11th.
And As you can see, they United right now trying to do their best, take down Heavy as well, and bring them to the 10th place. But it's not working well for Virus. Even Mr. 17 is losing some lives and need that inhaler to recover. Now let's see if they can go in for the push on 1v2. Here comes a jump, Mr. 17 for the hit, but no, Sam 13 beats him to it, and Heavy gets eliminated. And this might be bye-bye for the top 12 after this map.
Oh yeah, that's rough, man. That's very rough because Onyx Olympus is on a revival spree. They just have to hope and pray Onyx Olympus does not make it to the final circle. Onyx needs a solid 19 to overtake Heavy. And Heavy clearly did not do well on this round. So there's a potential they lose the spot, but there's also a potential that Onyx does Onyx things and not get into the final circle.
And let's see if they will be doing so. As you can see, we're Diamond right now going in for the rush. Despite of just coming back from the revive, always ready for the fight, and the target would be Clearing. Now let's see how many revival can be done onto Clearing once again. There's no waiting for Dolphin, has already moved away. Will he survive? No, Saming will be waiting for him. No exclusive bit him to it. The steal has been done, and Saming just for the finish, but still, WAG is alive. The ghost doing ghost things, trying to be hidden, but Gary has already spotted him.
Gary has a solid shotgun in hand, but you can't miss. From the distance, the M1887 needs, and he doesn't miss. Not only he doesn't miss, he gets the headshot on top of everything else. The elimination is already Onyx Olympus said 19 mustache, no problem. We'll serve it up hot. We'll see if they can.
Yeah, let's see if they can. Nero can't right now as Saifa shoots him down. Now, PE Sports will be welcoming Stalwart Esports in this battle. 2 has already moved up, and they have split up on the other side. So stop, move in portal, go, regroup with their teammates. PE Sports now nowhere to be found. WAG is back with 2 revivals being done. The fighting spirit is still on for Walking Amongst Gods.
Stalwart Esports, not a lot of movement today. Pretty chill, picking up 40 points from the past 4 games, an average of 10 points a game. Not very stalwart-ish.
Let's see if they can bring back the record to their name right now. So far, they've done well from the fights that we've seen so much, but Reverse Red, another team who's not really showing up. Aggressiveness is on their side, but at some point they lose the battle. Exposé right now is trying to do that against Diwa United. Here comes Mr. 05 right now. Didn't get away, but Exposé being hit as well. Nameless will say my name, even if I don't have one.
Oh, goodness me. That was a great trade. But they were just a little unfortunate that they had no backup after that knock came onto Exposé. But maybe the interference by WAG here can give Dewa a little bit of breathing space to find those revivals. WAG brings Dolphin right back in, but Diamond finds Virus. But looks like there was a revival. There's no team elimination yet.
No team elimination. WAG is back. Virus is, I guess they're still hanging on. The problem, though, is we're going into the 3rd phase, and there's a lot of compound on this map. There's a lot of compound in this map wherein you can hide away, you can loot from, but as well as the high ground can be taken so much that you can be spotted the moment that you drop. So that's still a risky play for those coming back. But Saifa in there, not waiting for that to happen as he hits Dolphin from that vehicle.
That's a sick headshot, bro. The guy was driving past and he just absolutely got crushed. Alif's gonna get caught outside as well as Ma'al's M82B stopped him dead in his tracks. Raze is gonna find a tiny little gap in the glue wall. Butterfly erects yet another one to beef himself right back in there. Sliver of health, and Duds gets the shoulder boost to get the knock. Glue wall goes down. RRQ picking up 2 easy points off of Homebois.
Homebois not out just yet. They have a few players surviving though, but they're losing a lot in terms of momentum. PE Sports though, 6 elimination despite of how much damage they received from the other team, and they're still being hunted by Reverse Red on the rooftop. No way for them, for PE Sports, to be jumped up that easily. They're just waiting for anyone to jump out, to move out from the doors and shoot them down. 10 elimination for Reverse Red. This is the Reverse Red that we saw from the early parts of the knockout stage. Hopefully they can continue this on.
10 eliminations is a lot for this team. And it looks like they're pretty rich as well with the Free Fire coins. Portal Go used up, and that's a very decent reposition. So well invested Portal Go for their team that can afford more. And as you can see, Diamond already has one extra there. They don't really need to do much. Reverse Red is very much well prepared for that final battle.
Yeah, the thing is, the team in front of them is Buriram United, so they need to back up a little bit. The zone will be closing. They need to move quickly. And for Daewoo United, though, it's so unfortunate. Mr. 05 has been taken down by Onyx Olympus. 4 points already being taken as they have been eliminated. But once who will be meeting them is RRQ Kazu. So Onyx Olympus still on the way on that top 12. RRQ Kazu not doing well for this day. Homebois finally being eliminated in this match. Only 7 remains.
Buriram with the 7 eliminations. Oh, goodness me. Big fight. Reverse Red just in front of Buriram. And I think they see the boys coming. They want to set up their defenses here. On the flip side of things, it's going to be Stalwart stalking Onyx. They get the scan on them as well, detecting all 4 players outside. Onyx Olympus in a lot of trouble. They have to avoid the zone. They've just got a tiny little corner of a compound to work with in this next circle. They have to hope and even that's an open space. Oh, dude, they are in a lot of trouble.
So if they move right, they will be meeting PE Sports if they are not spotted by the ones above. But I don't think it's a threat for those really staying in on the high ground, apart from Moshi, who is waiting out on the rooftop together with the rest of Buriram United. And there you have it. The target will be Reverse Red right now. So this is a good start for those trying to avoid Reverse Red. But Wasana will try to go in for the rush. Glue Wall after Glue Wall plus a Melter to help out. This pushes Reverse Red into the middle.
Into the middle indeed. Reverse Red have a vending machine to play for as well. Buriram. Oh, daring approach into the circle, but a punisher instantly from Reverse Red. Wasana and Funa barely had a second. And now, revenge looking Moshi gets sniped down by Saming. The question is, will Get High be able to reach him before he loses his time and life out there? The bleed has started already. Reverse Red making a lot of noise early in this game.
Great use of Portal Go. It's a trap, as they say. And once you step in there, especially with how Reverse Red positioned themselves, waiting for anyone to jump in. But speaking of trap, here comes Onyx Olympus being trapped right now by PE Sports. This is a threat. This is the risk that is involved from what I said earlier if they move to this area, especially with all the noise being done onto their left-hand side. So hopefully they can survive. But PE Sports, there's no contention just yet because everyone is busy with the Buriram United and Reverse Red. Plus, RRQ Kazu is not doing that much.
Absolutely, man. Oh, but Funa is still alive and kicking. Get High beside him as well. The deadly duo. They're trying to overwhelm the players of Reverse Red here. They do have an advantage with this high ground view over the players of Stalwart. Reverse Red, they back away from the roof. They're trying to find an angle on Buriram. Buriram needs to be careful with those grenades. Don't cry. With the Woodpecker from afar, takes Funa out of the equation. Get High is all alone, and there's really nothing much he can do against so much of heavy firepower down below.
And it's a good thing that the PE Sports has been distracted. There's a good chance for Onyx Olympus to go in for the rush. Buriram United eliminated on 7th place. Onyx Olympus trying to survive. Glue Walls pretty much spent, and they were able to step into the compound now, into the doors, into the walkway of the team of RRQ from the second floor. Onyx Olympus Kiba just needs to pray and hope that they will survive probably second place or third in this match. As Stalwart Esports go in for the flank, PE Sports will be the target. RRQ is just waiting it out. They don't want to be, they don't want any part of this battle just yet.
Yeah, land is precious here in this final circle, and everybody's battling for just one tiny little compound. PE Sports taking on RRQ. Stalwart stacking up from the back. Reverse Red knows that they are at risk because they're the only one without a safe roof over their head. They approach all of this chaos as well, but they very smartly stay in the tight little middle circle because they anticipate the circle to squeeze everyone towards them. This is a very smart position to take.
4v4. Let's see who will be go down now, as RRQ is the second high ground right now. Good advantage against everyone who's battling it out. It's Stalwart Esports as well as Reverse Red fighting it out, and RRQ can steal out all those elimination. PE Sports stuck at the bottom. LBT and Nero trying to make their way, as No Don't Cry will be crying as he is falling down to his knees. But Nameless, together with the rest of Reverse Red, is so aggressive right now with 40 eliminations. They want to get more, and Stalwart Esports is the target.
And RRQ wants to make sure they do not stumble, they do not fumble through their final gameplay in here. They're looking for the booyah for themselves, but Reverse Red, the most dangerous team. And now the secret is just let the other teams do the picking, and then you do the walking and the booyah shouting. Legalot try to back away from all of these engagements, but Reverse Red very smartly staying away from the heat of the battle here, allowing RRQ to get caught. Stalwart pushing on from the right-hand side, but stop! What? Squeezed in by Reverse Red for a very final second push, and now the circle catching everyone from RRQ out. Reverse Red has already pulled up so many glue walls around them. The damage being done by the circle. Reverse Red with the IQ plays. They stay in the middle. Exposy now, the final one to leave the circle's safety. And Saming and Exposy just with the medkits will try to hold on, but Reverse Red's Nameless. The shot does not come through, and Stalwart's Caramel wins out that patch-up gameplay.
Caramel didn't melt in that microwave, and they grabbed that booyah. I mean, they stayed distant from the battle until they were rushed by Reverse Red. And then with the introduction of RRQ in that final circle, it gave the distraction to Reverse Red. The Stalwart Esports took advantage, stayed in the middle of all the chaos and all those glue walls, and grabbed that final booyah.
It's a very strong round for Stalwart. I mean, big fights. They even took on big teams like Buriram in order to earn this booyah for themselves. And prior to this game, they were just, on an average spree. I talked about how they had an average of 10 points from all of their games today for a total of 40 from the first 4 games. But this was a massive one for them that has just put them right back in top flight here. We've got one more game to play. We don't know where the randomizer is going to be throwing us into. If it's Nextera, I think Reverse Red is going to be pretty decently happy alongside their other Pi brothers.
Yeah, hopefully it will be Nextera, because they can do the same thing all over again. The thing is, the risk is the other teams will learn from their mistakes. So, as we look at the highlight right now, we're seeing a lot of aggression from all the teams, especially in close combat battle. But still, the usual suspect of those being taken down is no surprise, because again, there's a huge need for other teams to be pushed down, especially if you want your teams from the same region to move up in the leaderboard.
I mean, at the end of the day, when we have just so few more days of the knockout stage to play, you really want to be focusing on your own. Yes, you've got the allegiance to the rest of the teams from your own region, but you want to qualify on your own out there as well, right? So, a lot of these teams just really focusing on getting into that final circle, and we can tell the heat has been turned up by a couple of notches. You're just seeing more and more deadly battles down here in the middle circle, and we could see it was just all out IQ plays. Caramel was outside, and he was just patching himself up. He had the super medkit on himself for sure, so many of those medkits, and that just allowed him to survive a little bit longer. And that's mainly because of those glue walls, because there's no way you're shooting those down.
Yeah, I mean, the other players from Reverse Red are just running around trying to shoot them down. Probably it's because the risk, they don't have all those meds compared to Caramel, and Caramel was just, okay, I'll just
got
wait
you.
in here, heal myself until everyone dies out.
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm a medic for a reason. But of course, we have to hear from the boys themselves. Once again, we throw the camera back to the Thai host as well as the Thai desk to hear exactly what Reverse Red have to say.
Yay! And now I'm with Star Wars Esports car, and this is Stop. Stop. Just joking. Do you feel exciting in the last scene? What is the most excitement in the last fight?
ตื่นเต้นไหมคะกับช็อตสุดท้ายถึงเราจะตายไปแล้ว อะไรคือจุดที่ทำให้เราตื่นเต้นมากที่สุดในช็อตสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้
คาราเมลบอกย้ายใหญ่หมดแล้วครับ
เฮ้ย Caramel said that he ran out of the med kit
The med kit, but actually he is out of the circle because the last one in the circle is RQ, right?
แต่ว่าเมื่อกี้คือคาราเมลอยู่นอกวง จริงๆแล้วคนที่อยู่ในวงคนสุดท้ายคือ RQ
Do you think that your team gonna win?
คิดว่าทีมเราจังหวะนั้นนะคิดไหมว่าแบบทีมเราจะได้บุญ
In
ญา
that moment อะ
ก็คิดอยู่ครับ เพื่อนบอกจะเล่นตามที่โค้ชสอนครับ
Yeah, we were thinking about that because my teammate said that we just follow what the coach taught us.
So I wanna know what is the strongest point of your team?
แล้วถ้าอย่างนั้นแล้วจุดแข็งของเราคือของทีมเราคืออะไรคะ
ตอนนี้น่าจะเดินเกมครับ แล้วก็โค้ดวางแผนนะครับแบบไหลเล่นนู่นไหลเล่นนี่ครับ
The play style and strategy because of the coach like give you all the plan.
How many that coach pay you to talk like that?
โค้ชจ่ายตังค์เท่าไหร่นะให้เราพูดอย่างนี้
ไม่ครับไม่จ่ายครับ อันนี้พูดจริงๆจากใจเลยครับ
Coach didn't say anything we just talk through our heart.
So anything you want to say to your coach?
มีอะไรฝากถึงโค้ชไหมคะ
ก็เดี๋ยวเกมสุดท้ายเดี๋ยวบูย่ามาฝากครับ
We will bring the last booyah for you, coach.
So stay tuned, guys, to see that will Star Wars Esports get the last booyah in the last game. Now back to you, Shoutcaster.
Everybody dies to coach a team like this, man. You know, it's not the fact that they're giving him credit, the fact that they actually listened, the fact that they actually remembered what the coach said in such a heated moment, right? Because obviously you either look for those eliminations or you just focus on your own health. And the maze of glue walls was already going to be a huge problem there.
Right.
So very smart thinking, and, you know, good on them for listening to the coach and following all of his instructions, because clearly it has been working out. I mean, they've been pretty quiet, but this allows them to jump quite a little bit on their overall leaderboard from the day.
Yeah, and as you can see, Stop, the one interviewed earlier, is our MVP. Eliminations of 4 and a damage of close to 3,000. And love to be the coach of this team. I'm pretty sure they love their coach already, so they won't be taking me. But again, this is what a good team has, like the discipline to listen to your coach, to also to understand what you have to do despite of what the situation is. And I guess that is paying off right now with the booyah that they've taken.
Yeah, and you know, good players are rare, man. And you know, players that actually listen for feedback and try to work upon it week after week, they are just so rare to find out there. Stalwart Esports, they can definitely credit their effort as well as dedication to the game of Free Fire for this victory, as well as overall dominance on the leaderboard. They are in the 4th spot and they are 82 points away from EVOS Divine, so that's quite a bit of catching up to do, and they don't look like they're going to be pausing their run to the top anytime soon. For a total of 7 eliminations here between Stop and Cypher alone, 5 from Dew and Caramel, for a total of 12 out there from this game. Plus a booyah, not a bad booyah at all.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a 12-12 balance that is often targeted by the teams, but not mostly being captured, being taken every time they play. It's a good thing that Stalwart Esports had their momentum back, their mojo back into play. But as we look at the elimination leader, Reverse Red is taking over this spotlight. Diamond in there with 7 elimination, Nameless with 5, and Expose as well with 5. So that adds up to the total of elimination from Stalwart Esports. Mile with 5 elimination, and Clearin surprisingly a different part of the spotlight.
He's like, no, I will show you. But Dolphin takes his spot and outdoes him 6 times. He gets brought back. The boys on WAG, they be taking turns, bro.
I mean, if you walk amongst the gods, you might be falling out of the clouds, and that's what's happening. They are trying to walk with the gods, and then they fall down every time they revive. Unfortunately, they also fall down.
But clearly God exists because, you know, the guy got revived 6 times. 6 times he got a rebirth there. You gotta believe.
6 reincarnation.
Woodpecker, 14 eliminations. Bison on the 9. M1887 back in action. I mean, multiple headshots shown through the mastery of this shotgun. A lot of power behind that, but of course you can't miss or you are going to get overwhelmed by the Trogon and Bison. But Reverse Red didn't really miss their opportunity to grab 19 of those eliminations for themselves. And that's a little bit of the confusion when I was throwing for the interview. My apologies, guys. Because, you know, Reverse Red was really stealing our attention. And then, boom, Solid sneaked away the booyah. But 28 massive points still to take that #1 spot back for themselves.
Definitely. I mean, they started hot right here. They survived despite of how many opponents they had, how many teams they had to go through. And even if they didn't get that booyah, I mean, they had already done the work. And as you can see right now, well, doesn't really change so much onto the top leaderboard, but I want to look into the top 12 and top 13 because there's not so much more that needs to be done by Onyx Olympus to take over that 12 spot. Heavy just needs to hold in it and make sure that Onyx Olympus doesn't take it away from them.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy hasn't really had a great day. You know, 34 points across 5 games is very low, but their only saving grace is they are having a bad day. Onyx is having a worse day, right? That's the only saving grace here for Heavy. 17 points for Onyx Olympus thus far from the 5 games played. Obviously, they're not, you know, setting a good track record here for themselves. So Heavy has just one more task. Just give us one more game with decent enough performance. But let's see where the randomizer drags us into to see which team has an advantage now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, once a map has been revealed, it might be going to those who want that 12 spot. Now, here comes the spin. And where are we going to be brought in onto that 6th map? Oh, I thought it's Xterra. That is now in Kalahari, where Buriram United still reign with 6 booyah.
My goodness me. We went to Kalahari earlier. Attack all around made a lot of noise. They picked up their 2nd booyah, and now it looks like the gods of RNG won attack all around to end the day on a very high note. We did talk about how attack all around only needed 15 points to overtake the team above them, but that clearly did not happen. Now they just have one more opportunity to overtake Esports Divine.
Yeah, let's see if this is the chance for them to do so. This is if they did take this one, they take the booyah for Thailand. That will make it the bingo for our overall daily score, as well as a bingo for our overall standing. So that's a win-win overall. Not quite sure if not quite sure if anyone else really understand the reference, but hopefully we can explain. They can see it, or they can show it later on, and they can see what we mean.
You're lucky your bosses at Garena are old enough to understand the reference. That's all that matters. If they don't get the joke as well, then we're going to have some big problems, right? But I like that, bro. 1 stone, 2 birds. You complete 2 things at the same time. You hit bingos. You bingos on 2 different cards. I really like that. But the question is, of course, whether or not the other teams are going to allow them to do that. RRQ Kazu is looking for their own fair share of good performance as well to overtake the performance of Indostars, but of course still a lot of effort needed for them to do so.
Oh, definitely. I mean, close to 100 in the points for them to be able to step into that top 7, and it's not working well for RRQ Kazu. It's so many instances that we want to see that they relive what happened yesterday, but because of introduction of Group C, it's not showing this time around. Now, the flight path is still so kind for the teams. They will able to spread out. The only question is, will there still be any hot drops happening today?
Ooh, this is a flight path that's skewed towards the left a little bit here. So Santa Catarina is going to be a no-go zone. Todak will have to deal with an early engagement. RRQ facing off against Homebois. Esports is the one that's in this heated little battle against Todak. And it looks like Butterfly will be the first one to get a hole busted through his wings, but it's very quickly picked right back up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, good help indeed. For the Homebois, RQ Kaso has been pushed out of the area. Even the UAV says there's no one in here or no one uninvited guests left in this area. Todak, though, has lost 2 of the players, and they're still in a fight against PE Sports. Nero and the rest of the gang is finding or looking for 7. And let's see if the jump will help him. Was able to go in onto the ridge and goes in for a hit. There goes the shotgun gameplay. Let's see if anyone else can do it.
Good turnaround, though, but Nero still manages to clip 7's ankles. Finding the Achilles heel, that's the 3rd player of the squad, but Zen has managed to sneak away from all of these heavy engagements that the team is facing. RRQ about to face the exact same, but that's with the reversal. I mean, Uzi will be able to serve him up with 1 elimination. Fires on the way to help out the rest of his team members just to play this game of distraction here. Maybe sneak away a couple of eliminations off of RRQ.
Legolas hasn't been confirmed just yet, and with Dutch taking down one of the players from Homebois, was able to manage to pick him up. Now, Legolas, no heals just yet, and there goes the takedown, the confirmation not happening, and the glue wall will not be laid out. I guess Dutch doesn't have that much of a glue wall, or doesn't want to show his presence, thus not showing any of the throws. Faiz, though, is still ready, and fire appears in this battle. Mini Uzi will not work that well as Faiz goes in for the takedown.
Yeah, very smooth moves here from the Homebois. Finally, we're starting to see some flair from the Malaysians. But as I talk about the Malaysians, one team does good, the other one's eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, that might be troublesome in most of the chances. The Ghost right now a little bit too cheeky with that elimination. Let's see if he can do the same thing and get high. Good backup indeed on the other side from Cyrus, but Cyrus doesn't take him down. And from above, Inhaler being used, though, for him to get away and recover a little bit. But Get High is still alive. Also does a little bit of recovering himself, and Get High has been brought down.
Yeah, Moshi now looking to be the savior of the squad. Deep engagements, goes backs away, 28 HP. The glue wall saves him, and Moshi backstabbed by Cyrus's Bison. And my goodness me, WAG overwhelming the greatest predator alive in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.
And they want to break the streak. I mean, we've seen that. They asked at some point from yesterday, we asked them to break the streak, and they did. And I guess this is a chance for them to do so. Hopefully, they can carry on this fight. But they United not really doing, or they are doing well against Heavy right now. Hopefully, they can continue this on. But no! Virus goes down. Jonah bring him down and still survive the fight. Mr. 17 from the side jumped in after the glue wall expires and finish him off. Only 1 remains, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of Heavy, and has gone far, far away.
Yeah, Mr. Opa is going to get picked right up by 17. Attack all around, finding Homebois. Yeah, Luffy side stabs. Jump God puts him on the ground, but Kororo's back up. Does manage to get an equal trade. Back for attack all around. One elimination in hand already, and Homebois still stirring the hornet's nest. They want some revenge. They want some points off of attack all around. And Poongod backstab. A timely attack onto Aleph. Butterfly does manage to trade out Kororo. Once again, a 1-for-1 between the two teams.
Let's see if the tackle around can end Homebois. They managed to bring down a few players in here or to stop in onto this area. And the tackle around is not showing that there is an easy job against Homebois, but right now Faiz and Butterfly has been taken out and one managed to survive. Back onto the other side of the map, we have Council Hall right now being dominated by Onyx Olympus going against Daewoo United. Daewoo United fell down earlier from their battle against another team, but Onyx Olympus will be welcoming them. Sam 13 goes down. Virus almost down as well. Vice back, and only 2 remains for Onyx.
Yeah, 2-for-2 trade. Daewoo United not in the clear just yet. Onyx has managed those recoveries. Mr. 05 caught with his pants down, sprayed down by Kiba Strogon, but 17 gets the trade from the back. Once again, back and forth we go. Trogon, Joel with the Mag 7 gets a couple of nicks in, but 17 with a very smart play with the glue balls, and the Trogon allows him to overwhelm Joel.
And there you have it. That is a great use of Trogon right there, but 17 will not survive that. Well, Guard, who is still alive though, as Gary has been taken down. He will be saying meow all the way until the revive, as Dewa United is back in play and will be chasing down against Gardu at this point. And they are now their elimination leaders. And who will be the next one in fight? It's Reverse Red going against WAG.
Gari's out of the equation as well as Virus brings 17 back in. Oh, goodness me. These teams are just absolutely popping off early game here. Everybody wants those points. Everybody's hungry. Even Buriram's hungry, but they got punished earlier. Full team recovery. A hard reset for them. And PE Sports just giving them a couple of sympathy points at this point.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to come back. I mean, it's a good thing that they survive, though. It's a good thing that they can bring back more of their teammates and loot up. But we are now heading into the next phase. And the way I'm looking at it, some of the teams who has been brought back from the revive, it will be scattered all around. So for those who are still a complete squad, not only that has a complete artillery onto their side, then they will be able to take advantage of those flying in.
Heavy caught up in a little bit of a heavy battle, but he does manage to Tatsuya his way away. Just with the fantastic footwork, shows Wei exactly how it's done. Easy patch right back up for him. Santa Catarina is just going to be dominated by Buriram for a while. He's got the vending machine there, so that's exactly what they want to use to buy their way up in terms of the next battle capacity.
Yeah, for WAG right now, though they have 4 elimination, we're seeing that against Homebois in a 1v1, they're losing some of the battles. So Cyrus needs to balance it up or probably take out the few members of Homebois that they can get a lot more take advantage of this battle. But it might be difficult because the blue is closing in, going into the third phase of circle, and still Alif is not showing himself. It's a good thing that the other players from WAG has a head start already that can help him get away.
Alif and WAG both being tickled by the blue. And WAG has some strong backup here, whereas Alif tagged up. Cyrus facing shots from both sides as Luffy turns around. But Krillin is there to shut down Alif. And Cyrus can finish the job. Easy loots for Cyrus. And WAG, the winner outside the circle, forcing the rest of Homebois to quickly back away to the opposite side.
In this tough battle for WAG right now, though, yes, they win the battle. They won the fight earlier against one of the players of Homebois, but they are not out of the woods just yet. They might be gate-kept by 2 players. As I can see in here, we have Reverse Red right now. Not so much of aggression, but they're trying to start it off against PE Sports. Up on the rooftop, they fly. And let's see if they can spot anyone, because so far PE Sports doesn't want to show themselves. There goes a takedown against LBT, and Nero will be the next target. LBT goes down once again. Reverse Red right now showing so much of aggression. 2 knockdowns, 2 pick up has been done by PE Sports, and still non-ending in a gunfight. Don't Cry will be left alone, but Portal Go will be welcoming Reverse Red right now against PE Sports. Don't Cry just going ring around the rosy will not survive, and there you have it. For the 11th place, PE Sports will be eliminated. 5 elimination for Reverse Red right now, and who's taking the lead? Dewa United. Now, Stalwart Esports already on their way in the next phase of his circle, and I love how it's earning up, especially with Reverse Red with the aggression that they have.
Yeah, smart rotation, sending the UAV to do the scouting work for them, managing to spot out the location of the boys from the side of Homebois as well. And Stalwart with a smooth entry into the confines of Refinery and taking the long way around, tanking the damage from the blue to take a backstab on Homebois that they just scanned out with the UAV. Smart play, do you now? launching himself to the opposite side, and they're not going to be looking for an early skirmish against the Malaysian team just yet.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, quite curious as to where Stalwart Esports will be landing. WAG right now, despite of them losing some of the gunfights, they managed to grab 5 elimination and still on their way. Bermuda United, though, compared to what we've seen from the other matches, they started off hot, but because of the loss in some of the players that they had to slow down and go back to their usual ways. Now, all like Olympus, the ones on the race to that top 12 will try to make their best against this team of Reverse Red. The question is, will they survive?
A massive round for Reverse Red earlier, and it looks like they could just start picking up the pace at the expense of Onyx Olympus here. Their loot will definitely serve Reverse Red well. Gardu goes down first. Easy setup. Diamond backs away. M1887 in hand and a double team onto Gari. There's just no escaping for Kiba as well as Joel. Shot from afar. 5 HP left. To Medkit, and Saming says not enough against Misa. 9 eliminations. Reverse Red ramping up.
And Heavy still safe on their spot right now on that 12. And let's see if Reverse Red meeting up against Daewoo United can do them any justice. But going on to the other side, Bermuda United with 3 elimination trying to add up against Heavy. And well, since Onyx Olympus has already been taken out, Heavy can only maintain the number of points that they have, and they can still stick to it. But there goes the hit. Funa has been taken down. V-Tan is our suspect.
Yeah, Funa just a little bit careless there, looking for the MVP title once again for himself, but just putting himself in a very awkward position. Gets sniped down. Moshi trying to hold it together for the squad. On the opposite end, attack all around, finding RRQ. Homebois showing up from nowhere, all thanks to the portal go. And now they sandwich RRQ in, trying to take advantage. Attack all around supplies them with the extra AoE damage. It's those ice grenades taking away at them, and Limit will get the snipe from afar. Aleph losing his life to Limit, and all attack all around needs to do is just pick them up one by one from afar right after they're done with RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, good distance being done by Limit right now just to make sure that they have a good backup for the team. Luffy, on the other hand, let's see if he can go in for the Gum Gum M1887, but Portal Go will make good use for RQ to get away from all the chaos, and they were just hanging in there, not really bothering anyone who's fighting from the outside of the compound.
Buriram 3 eliminations in, with only 3 members without Funa. This journey is a tad bit more tougher, but there's a vending machine to make good use of here. Out in the open, if they can sneak away a quick buyback, there could just be a little bit more of the efficiency from Funa, because he's storing away all of the temper after a little bit of that misplay on the roof. So maybe he can unleash that onto the remaining players that are still out there. 30 more players alive through 9 teams.
Let's see if that will be lessened this time around. RRQ only 1 elimination, now battling the elimination leader, which is Daewoo United. And up front, if in case they try to escape, the ones waiting for them will be Reverse Red. And there goes the hit against attack all around. But the backstab by Purgatory against Razor. Let's see if Legoloth can survive, as well as Ma'al being taken by the blue and being hit by the enemy. Not a good spot for them.
Another level by Poongod. He managed to walk away with 2 eliminations before the team got taken out of the equation. RRQ does not make it to the compound that attack all around has snuck on into already. Out in the open, they get taken out of the race. But WAG, 11 eliminations. Luffy shot down by the Ghost at Homebois, out in 8th.
And as you can see, WAG right now really wants another spotlight in this day. They're doing well. They're doing fine. Let's see if they can bring the Booyah to their side. Spotting a few of the glue walls that is not theirs for the side of Heavy. They are on spot to take down Wasana, but is there enough for Wasana to survive? Only a few HP remaining and 4 enemies waiting for them onto that ground floor.
Reverse Red, a big threat as well, but Buriram out of the equation already. 1 less predator to worry about. about. WAG now praying from across the battlefield, heavy in their crosshairs. 2 already down on the ground. They need to take those eliminations as well. Saifa knocks down Mr. 05. Dewa getting stuck at the crosshairs, and it looks like Saifa is going to be snuck away from attack all around as well. Multiple engagements across the battlefield.
And let's see if the Ghost will be able to hit his 6. No, he get hit from the 6. And, well, there's no helping the Ghost at this point. He is on the rooftop as Cyrus and the rest of the gang is trying to hit it up against Reverse Red. But attack all around is waiting for them for the second floor or for the rooftop of this area. Not all that, Dewa United is surrounding this place, and the Dolphin goes down. Krillin and Cyrus for the hunt against Dewa United and was able to take down Mr. 05. But Reverse Red is still alive and kicking as Dewa United gets eliminated.
WAG hanging on for their dear lives. Reverse Red is just in the better spot in the overall grand scheme of things. Stalwart on standby to sneak away, to steal away yet another booyah for themselves. Attack all around on the other hand have abused the vending machine. They've brought their players right back in here. But Poongon sniped out of the air. Kororo sniped out as well. Stalwart sneaking away those extra points attack all around provides.
And let's see, WAG is the next target for Stalwart Esports. Saifa takes down Jump God in this fight. Now, WAG is trying to go in for the flank to take down Zoo, but there's an opening right there that they cannot take just yet as a Reverse Red is being gunned down, being rushed by 2 teams. Only 1 remains, and Reverse Red is out, and Stalwart Esports about to grab their next booyah, and there goes Cyrus out for the count, and here comes Stalwart Esports once again.
Back to back with those booyahs, and the formula works. Find the final circle, don't get too cheeky, wait for that opportunity and steal it away, baby. And this is the guarantee for Stalwart. They didn't do it once, but they did it twice in the exact same manner. So coach is definitely feeding them the right excuse as well as the execution. The excuse to stay away from the heated battle. Why? Because we won the top spot.
And there you have it. They grabbed the top spot once again. And, well, they said it. They want to grab another booyah. They want to give pride to their coach. And I guess the coach is proud. We have a battle stop. Caramel, Saifa, and Zoo really showing up in this fight. We haven't seen Barzet just yet, but I guess the 4 players has shown so much, not only for today, but also in the other days of the knockout stage.
The attack all around is going to be a little annoyed. Reverse Red is going to be a little bit annoyed, but Stalwart doesn't have a care in the world. They're like, yeah, you're annoyed. That's how you get the booyah, though. Beautiful stuff. I mean, they just played that so smart, right? They know for a fact that it's just way too chaotic in that final circle. So just stay quiet as long as possible. I mean, it sounds easy. It is anything but.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds easy. It's not that easy for, especially if there's a lot of teams trying to stop you from doing so. But I love how this turns out right now. It seems like the teams are getting more momentum, especially as Bermuda United has slowed down their range. I'm quite sure if there's anything that happened, why Bermuda United is not performing similar to last week. But this is giving so much more of highlight for the other teams who wants to grab more points. But as you can see, it's more of a seesaw for those on the top 12 trying to get points overall, and there's no trouble indeed for those above, even if they lose out early in the fight.
Yeah, attack all around is going to be happy in the grand scheme of things. They still are topping the overall leaderboard for today's performance with a total of 112 points picked up for themselves, 2 booyahs in their pocket. It has been a very fruitful day. Of course, they don't get the 5th spot, but I guess they can deal with EVOS Divine directly tomorrow and fight for that spot. They are literally 1 point behind them now.
I mean, they missed it by 1 point. They really wanted to get the top 5 spot, but close enough to the top 5 spot. No bingo just yet, but no bingo for the overall. But for the maps, it's already a 5 streak, all right, for the region, and really happy how it's turning up.
They got close. They got close. Just not close enough. But of course, we're going to send the cameras right back to the Thai stage for the interview with the winners who've managed to prove it to their coach.
อลิกาบิดยูอลิกาบิดไอ โอเค here is that นะคะ Caramel from สวรรค์นะคะ Esports เย้ สวัสดีค่ะ ซินเจ้า เย้ Caramel you came back here again and in charge in the team some said that because of your comeback it lead to the play style of the team that look like Sawa Esports easier to play
โอเค ในเมื่อเรากลับมาแล้ว ตอนนี้ก็มีคนพูดกันว่าเนี่ยเพราะคาราเมลกลับมาทีมมันก็เลยกลับมาเข้าที่เข้าทาง
ครับ
What do you think
คิดว่าไง
อ๋อ ก็เพราะว่าแต่ทีมมันไม่มีคนขัดครับว่าน้องจะตีอย่างเงี้ยมันไม่จำเป็นต้องตีว่าเราสามารถเข้าวงได้โดยไม่ต้องไฟครับ
Because the team without Caramel is like the team that always focus on charging, attacking, like without second thought. So when Caramel come back to the team, like he is like the adult of the team to like stop. We don't need to fight. Like we can get into the circle without fighting.
In Thai we like to say เหมือน your team has Boo and Bun two style of playing someone who แบบ defense and someone who want to charge like that and what do you think your team gonna do in the next week because we pretty sure that your team gonna go to Vietnam
คือตอนนั้นดูทรงแล้วยังไงทีมเราอ่ะก็เข้ารอบแน่นอน12ทีมเพราะฉะนั้นเรามีแผนยังไงกับอาทิตย์หน้ามีเป้าหมายยังไง
ก็จะพยายามเอาบูย่าครับเน้นที่บูย่าครับ
We will try to focus on achieving more booyah.
Why is that because some team is tell me like Piyuki we will แบบ keep Japan secret
ทำไมถึงโฟกัสที่บูย่าเพราะว่าแบบเหมือนบางทีมก็ได้ยินมาว่าจะเก็บแผนไว้เป็นความลับ
อ๋อก็เพราะว่าบูย่าถ้าใครทำได้ก็เพราะถ้าใครเล่นได้บูย่าก็มันอยู่รอบขอบครับเล่นให้รอบขอบถ้ารอบขอบก็ได้บูย่าแบบนี้
It's like playing safe to get more booyah like เล่นให้เซฟเพื่อเอาบูย่า
ใช่ไหมถ้าใครแบบว่าช็อตท้ายเงี้ยใครแบบนิ่งสุดได้บูย่าครับ
อ๋อ You want to practice the last fight
เหมือน
คือการเก็ตบูย่าในลาสไฟอ่ะมันเหมือนกับว่าเป็นการฝึกอีกแบบนึงใช่ไหม
ใช่วงท้ายใครนิ่งคือได้บูย่าครับแบบว่า
ก็เลยอยากฝึกแบบลาสไฟเป็นสำคัญถ้าฝึกลาสไฟสำเร็จได้แปลว่ามันก็ต้องได้บูย่าด้วยก็เลยบอกว่าโฟกัสบูย่า
ใช่เพราะทีมตอนนี้ยังไม่ค่อยนิ่งครับตอนท้ายก็เลยต้องฝึกเรื่องนี้เยอะ
Okay so for the plan is like the team we're trying to focus to getting booyah because at the last circle is like practicing to be more calm and trying to get booyah at the last circle
okay so anything you want to say to your fans
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆไหม
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยด้วยนะครับพวกเราจะไปเอาแชมป์ที่เวียดนามครับ
Please support all Thai team we will go get a champion at Vietnam
Okay and now back to you Showcaster
And our suspicions have been confirmed. They are just focusing on those safe plays to get into the final circle, guarantee themselves a booyah. I mean, if you know they're guaranteed 12 points there, why not work your way for it, right? And Stalwart Esports, the second team to reach 10 booyahs for themselves. Quite a bit of effort to get that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good formula indeed. I mean, if you can practice to getting that good placement into the match and probably a good booyah, and then you can just do along with the way with all the eliminations, then you can get a lot more in terms of points. So right now, the MVP in this match, our sniper, wherein he was able to take down 4 into the battle, but the damage he's dealt almost close to 4,000.
Absolutely, man. I mean, just blazing through the battlefield for sure alongside his brothers. Not very heavy on the gunfights this time around. In fact, a slightly poorer booyah in comparison to that next Terra game that they played. But they are not looking for massive points. They're just looking for guaranteed points. and their passive plays, they bring in the double A124 just to still disable their opponents in those CQCs. But the best thing possible is to have that Homer slow them down, and obviously do with that Iris, tag them up from afar. They get that information as well as the money. They buy themselves a good enough utility into the final circle to get that booyah for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's back-to-back booyah for this team right here. But let's not take it away. Another spotlight for Clarion. I really love this guy.
Wow.
We roasted him earlier because of Revive. Now he's moving slowly up now on the top of the elimination leaderboard with 7 eliminations, followed by Nameless from Reverse Red. But who's in there? Most of them is coming from WAG. Cyrus with 5, the Ghost with 5. I love how WAG is turning up this time around.
Yeah, sometimes they walk among gods. Sometimes the gods just kick them down to the ground. But this time, WAG, they showed that they know their way around the battlefield. 8 glue walls destroyed by Dolphin. Krillin with the 7 eliminations taking the spotlight. Cyrus with the 3 rescues. But this time, nobody's highlighted for being revived so many times, because this was a power round for WAG. A very well-performed round for them overall, picking up 79 points from the 6 games they played.
And definitely, I mean, I guess the feature would be not only in how much they can get back in fight, it's more of how much they fought into the battle. And this is the weapons that they had. Woodpecker would be taking lead, followed by the Bison in a close range battle. But AWM is back in play, but now not on top.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. As long as they are getting these power meta weapons out there on the battlefield, you know they are going to walk away with a couple of eliminations. Not a super elimination heavy lobby, but we are not going to complain. WAG, in the grand scheme of things, walks away with the number 1 spot. And, you know, this is what I said about this team at the start of the day, right? Super hot, super cold. When they are super hot, they get to the number 1 spot. When they're super cold, they can't even be down there in the bottom 3, bottom 4. But it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, their aim was to get into the top 12. Their aim was to put themselves in a comfortable enough spot, and they have done so. In fact, even better performance compared to Team Heavy from Vietnam.
And one thing is that doesn't end here for Team of WAG. They can continue on by tomorrow, because tomorrow it will be ANC. But before we go there, let's see the progress of the team. This is what we were talking about. WAG move up to 11. Heavy has been pushed down in there to 12. But Heavy has not so much of a risk just yet, because 14 points by Onyx Olympus to be able to catch up on them. And it doesn't show that Onyx Olympus will be able to do it that easily. There's so much hope earlier that they can do, but they didn't survive longer enough to be able to take over the reign of Heavy.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a very tough day for Heavy. They did not take the 6 opportunities they were given to pick up massive points for themselves. 44 points from the 6 games today, and they've set themselves up for failure as they do not get to play tomorrow. Groups A and C will do battle. Onyx Olympus, like you said, is just way too close to them. But of course, the MVP leader still led here by Moshi. 7 MVP titles through 129 eliminations. And just like that, he overtakes Puna. He overtakes Wasana. He's the one and only Moshi.
Yeah, Moshi right now just moshing around against the enemy, especially when he gets in on high ground. Fumuna is trying to do the same thing, but not this time. Probably it's because of how they're trying to change up their position in all the engagement, giving more ways to Moshi to move up. Then probably the next day, Funa will be the ones in the top. So still featuring 3 of the players from Buriram United on that MVP leader. They can change it all around, but the battle is still for them.
And it looks like that is all there is to the broadcast for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for tuning in. Do join us right back here tomorrow at the same time.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?